Chapter 652. The wind veil of assimilation was getting closer. This was the main reason why Giant Sons Will wanted Fang Yuan to surrender. If Fang Yuan surrendered and offered his primeval essence, everything would be easy. But Fang Yuan was stubborn and did not surrender. Giant Sons Will had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Hey Lulan, this is a strength path immortal goo for you. Release your dark path seal and display the true battle strength of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the best recovery speed in the world, far above the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry, even if you self-detonate, I have my own methods to save you. Giant Sons Will said as he handed a strength path immortal goo to He Lulan. After obtaining the immortal goo that she had yearned for day and night, He Lulan could not conceal her excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Sons Will promise the other goo masters many benefits, giving out goo worms one by one. Giant Sons Will raise the morale. This scoundrel has done many evil deeds, get rid of him, you will all be great heroes of Northern Plains. You will bring benefits to the common people, you will be respected wherever you go. We all know that being exposed to the light of wisdom will reduce one's lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue to drag on, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation sooner or later. Compared to death, what is the loss of a bit of lifespan? Moreover, as long as you hold him back, I will definitely make a move and kill him. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sons Will had unparalleled prestige, he was left behind by his ancestor. With threats and promises, the situation forced them. Everyone mustered their courage and looked at Fang Yuan. Strange, why is he not dead yet? After being exposed to the sun for so long, he should have lost his lifespan a long time ago, right? Someone suddenly asked. If Fang Yuan died of old age, they would not have to fight anymore. That is because he is already dead. He has completely turned into a zombie monster, a living dead person. The dead have no lifespan. Thus, no matter how long he is exposed to the light, he will not die of old age. He Lulan explained, shattering everyone's fantasy. So it is like this. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that they had to fight. The air seemed to have frozen. The goo masters' killing intent surged. No doubt, this was the final battle. They wanted to kill Fang Yuan. He had great confidence. After all, he had the great strength true martial physique and Giant Sons Will. But they were also nervous. Fang Yuan's terrifying battle prowess was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Killing this demon is a given. But there are bound to be casualties in battle. Please don't let it be me. This was what everyone was thinking. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, there was another change. Wisdom Goo suddenly retracted the light of wisdom. He plunged into the group of goo flying in the sky. Earlier, it used all its strength to release rank 9 aura, but now, it completely concealed it and hid among the goo group, quickly vanishing without a trace. Everyone was taken aback. Giant Sons Will was the first to react, laughing loudly, "Wonderful! This wisdom goo's wild will had just been born, it was still very immature. Previously, he had been holding up a halo to prevent other life forms from approaching him. Now that he sensed that a great battle was imminent, he wanted to avoid being implicated. He ran away first. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. There was no better situation than this. Without the obstruction of the light of wisdom, Giant Sons Will could directly participate in the battle. Demon, the wisdom goo that you relied on as a barrier has already escaped. Your death is here. Accept your death obediently. Demon, you have committed too many sins and have finally fallen to this state. You are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale was high. Giant Sons Will was even more restless. Ha ha. Fang Yuan broke the silence, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the wind and clouds. It was arrogant and overpowered all other sounds. He had a green face and sharp fangs. His eyes were shining with a fierce light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his injuries were too severe. His body was still in tatters. He only had one arm left, his body was crooked, but his aura burst out, causing everyone to take a step back. Damned demon, Why are you still so arrogant when you are about to die? What are you laughing at? He Lulan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes wide open. Demon, those who commit too much evil will only bring about their own destruction. Now you are dead. Fang Yuan, I have already given you the only chance to surrender, but you did not grab it. Right now, you have nowhere to go. Giant sons will resolutely shouted. Mo Yao's will also said, Lad, don't try to be mysterious. The aura of nothingness cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance? There will be a huge battle soon. If Giant Sons will gets to your head, I will not be able to save you. Give up, this is a hopeless situation, there is no way out. Quickly use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter stopped, he said in a hoarse voice. Isn't there a saying that heaven never seals off all paths? As long as I want to leave, the path is under my feet. Everyone was stunned. These words were very familiar. After thinking for a while, they realized it was a story from The Legends of Rinzhu. The Legends of Rinzhu, Chapter 3, Section 3. Luopa Valley was a vast and complicated maze. Rinzhu searched for the missing northern dark ice soul, but he himself also lost his way in the maze. For several days and nights, he could not find the exit. He was extremely tired. He collapsed on the ground, his back leaning against the wall of the maze. Boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. What he had now was a heart of loneliness. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Rinzhu was afraid of loneliness. He had once dug out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. In the loneliness, Rinzhu felt boundless coldness, confusion, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was the only person left in the world. A lonely person. There was no one to rely on, no fire to warm himself. Rinzhu felt suffocated, but as time passed, he gradually got used to the loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not scary. In the loneliness, he felt peace. Tranquility, peace. He muttered to himself, "Oh human, what exactly are you? Struggling in this world. Coming and going in such a hurry." Then he heard a voice from inside his body. "Oh human, you are the spirit of all living beings. You are lonely, thus you wish to be comforted, understood, and proven. What you want to do now is to find a way out, leave this godforsaken place." Rinzhu was shocked. Who is talking to me?" The voice laughed again. "I am a gu called myself. Look at your inner heart. Examine your inner heart and you will discover me." Rinzhu quickly examined his heart of loneliness, and indeed, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a gu worm. This gu worm was vivid and lifelike. It was exactly the same as him, but it had shrunk by 1,000,000 times, to the size of an ant. Rinzhu was surprised. This gu worm of yours, how did it get into my body?" Self-gu said, "Ever since you gained life, I have been in your body, you just did not discover it. It is not easy to discover me, you need to examine your inner heart in loneliness." "Is that so?" Rinzhu had no interest, he did not mind. He was still thinking about Northern Dark Ice Soul. Self-gu saw Rinzhu's waning interest and smiled. "Rinzhu, you should be happy. You need to know, discovering yourself and understanding yourself is the most important thing in life. You are the most reliable person in the world. Let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way. Can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and cross Reverse Flow River?" Rinzhu was surprised and joyful. Self-gu laughed loudly. "Oh Rinzhu, why must you walk this path? The exit and entrance of the door of life and death are the traces left behind by Fate Gu when it visited Fairness Gu. When you walk on it, you will be arranged and manipulated by fate. If you want to revive and leave this place, it is best to walk a completely new path." Rinzhu was confused. "Didn't you say there is only one path? Wisdom Gu already told me, where is there a second path?" Self-gu said, "Oh Rinzhu, as long as you want to walk, the path is under your feet." Rinzhu was even more confused. "Then how do I walk?" Self-gu said, "Didn't I say it? You need to think about walking first." "Think?" Renzu tried to use his brain, thinking about how to walk. He thought for a long time until his head was spinning. Finally, a goo jumped out of his mind. Renzu recognized this goo. It was Renzu's good friend, Cognition Goo. Where there is cognition, there will be me. Cognition Goo said, "Oh human, you are in a predicament again, let me help you." Saying so, Cognition Goo let out radiance and enlightened Renzu. Cognition Goo had an ability, it could enlighten all living beings. Living beings enlightened by Cognition Goo would obtain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained wings and flew into the sky. After the radiance faded, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings grew from his ankles. It was very small. Cognition Goo guided, this pair of wings is called Renzu. It will help you walk on a new path. You need to be careful. New paths are hard to walk. Other goo cannot be relied on. You can only rely on self-goo." Saying so, Cognition Goo vanished. Renzu was still confused. How should I walk? Walk forward and create your own path. This is a path that belongs to you alone. You can only walk alone. Self-goo's tone was excited. Renzu took a step forward. Boom. At the next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and reacted. They were furious. This demon has lost his mind. Kill, let's work together and kill him. Who do you think you are? You dare to compare yourself to Renzu? Then walk, I want to see what path you can walk on. Everyone finally lost their patience. They shouted and charged towards Fang Yuan. At this time, He Lulan suddenly showed a painful expression. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom. Chapter 653. This Strength Path Phantom's facial features resembled the young Fang Yuan. It was vivid and lifelike, about the same size. It blocked the path of the Goo Masters. It was alone, appearing small and lonely. Isn't that He Lulan's killer move? In his mind, Mo Yao's will was stunned. Oh, I remember, you took his crucial goo worm. But how did you copy his killer move? While he was speaking, the Goo Masters had already charged forward. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom only lasted 3 rounds before it was torn to pieces. The remaining fist energy was about to condense, but Yelu Sang burned it with a mouthful of fire. This demon is a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid of him. The only thing he's relying on is stealing Lady He Lulan's name. This Strength Path Phantom only has the form, at most it only has half the power of Lady He Lulan's killer move. What is there to fear? Everyone's morale soared. After a slight delay, they rushed toward Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lulan had a bewildered expression as she slowed down and fell behind. Did he use my vital goo to send out a Strength Path Phantom? How is this possible? This Strength Path Phantom actually looks like him. Although his vital goo was seized, his injuries recovered rapidly. The recovery ability of the Great Strength True Martial Physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It was above the other 9 absolutes. It was not strange that Fang Yuan forcefully refined He Lulan's vital goo. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal. With the help of immortal essence, even mortal goo had a huge advantage. But the Strength Path Phantom that Fang Yuan struck out was actually exactly the same as his original appearance. This surprised He Lulan. Even if you snatched He Lulan's goo and roughly recreated his killer move, you won't be able to do anything to him. However, it was only in form, although it also had the ability to condense fist chi. But compared to He Lulan's original killer move, it's a far cry, Mo Yao's will commented bluntly. At this time, everyone had already arrived in front of Fang Yuan. On the outside, Giant Sun's will had shrunk into a ball and was slowly moving, waiting for Fang Yuan to reveal a flaw in the chaotic battle so that he could deal a fatal blow. Well then, Mo Yao, open your eyes wide and watch. Fang Yuan's smile widened. He swung his fist. Using his only remaining arm, fist chi gushed out. It turned into a Strength Path Phantom. The Phantom did not stop, immediately pouncing towards the charging Goo Masters. Fang Yuan punched again. It was another Strength Path Phantom, but this time it was different. This Strength Path Phantom looked like the young Fang Yuan. Dansheng had 2 arms. He was also much stronger than before. Fang Yuan's breathing was thunderous. His fists were like the wind, the shadows of his fists interweaving to form a screen. Boom, boom, boom. Punches after punches hit the air, creating continuous explosions. Fist chi surged and gushed out, forming a whirlwind. Wind and clouds surged, like the roars of dragons and tigers. In the blink of an eye, over 100 Strength Path Phantoms appeared out of nowhere, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. They protected Fang Yuan in the center. The Gu Masters had just killed the 2 Strength Path Phantoms and were preparing to fight with Fang Yuan. They raised their heads. Everyone's expression changed greatly. How can there be so many Strength Path Phantoms? Someone's eyeballs almost popped out. Damn it, there are still more appearing. Someone cursed loudly. Fang Yuan punched continuously. The fist chi seemed to be endless, forming one Strength Path Phantom after another. The Gu Masters could not believe it. This number greatly surpassed He Lolan's limit, and the number was still rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, there were already close to 1,000 Strength Path Phantoms. Fang Yuan was alone just a moment ago, but now there was an army standing beside him. This can't be fake, right? Some people even doubted what they saw, thinking Fang Yuan had used a Gu worm to create an illusion. But next, the Strength Path Phantoms' attacks made everyone painfully understand the reality of these phantoms. Kill! We will let you have a taste of our power. These Strength Path Phantoms could actually speak human language. They had extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming a stream of people. The Gu Masters who had the advantage in numbers were actually drowned by the Strength Path Phantoms. They seemed to be drifting in a rapid river, being hit by the waves from all directions. Defend. Stabilize the formation. They are only Strength Path Phantoms. Damn it, these Strength Path Phantoms can actually cooperate with each other. They can use battle tactics. The Gu Masters shouted. They formed a formation like a reef on the shore. But after fighting, they found the power of these Strength Path Phantoms had already surpassed their imagination. These Strength Path Phantoms cooperated with each other without any regard for sacrifice. Although they only had one method of attack, they gave the Gu Masters enormous pressure. The Gu Masters' formation soon showed signs of being unable to hold on. What killer move is this? My Strength Path Phantoms cannot cooperate with each other like this. This is simply an army that will fight to the death. He Lolan's heart shook with unease. Fang Yuan retreated while punching. The number of Strength Path Phantoms continued to increase rapidly. This killer move of yours. Mo Yao's will stammered. She was completely shocked. She analyzed. Mortal Gu absolutely cannot have such power. You must have used an immortal Gu. Don't tell me you were hiding a trump card that I did not discover? No, impossible. You must have refined an immortal Gu. How could you refine an immortal Gu so quickly? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried so hard to get close to Wisdom Gu? Of course it is to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine the immortal Gu. If it was someone else's immortal Gu, it would not be easy to deceive them, thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But my young wild will could not tell if this aura came from me or not. Gu worms that were 2 ranks higher would have pressure. Back then on Qing Mao Mountain, Fang Yuan had used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to assist in Gu refinement. That means you purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Mo Yao's will realized this and immediately felt something amiss. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after turning into a zombie, one would already be dead, thus they could spend more time being illuminated by the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe. She discovered this killer move of Fang Yuan's. It followed a certain characteristic of Strength Path. His Strength Path Phantoms were usually 2-arm phantoms. But sometimes he would use 4-arm phantoms. Occasionally, he could form 6-arm phantoms. The more arms, the stronger the Strength Path Phantoms. 2-arm phantoms only had ordinary battle strength, comparable to 100 Beast King. 4-arm phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast King. 6-arm phantoms were comparable to a myriad Beast King. This is simply the reappearance of a beast group. Mo Yao's will realize this and her body shook. She said in disbelief, You lad, you actually did it. You solved an ancient problem and achieved the fusion of enslavement and strength path. Enslavement path, controlling myriad beasts, gathering numbers to crush. Strength path, single-handedly. The essence of 2 completely different Gu master paths were perfectly harmonized in Fang Yuan's killer move. Fang Yuan had started to solve this problem a long time ago. But there was no progress, and he was even mocked and persuaded by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on this aspect. He would never give up because of others' denial, mockery, or persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough was during the process of immortal ascension. He used this extremely precious opportunity to raise his strength path attainment level. Natural imitation. Giving up on everything else, he wholeheartedly sought the answer of the fusion of enslavement and strength path from heaven and earth. This was opening his heart to heaven and earth, imparting him the supreme profundity. Finally, he had to thank Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan had been exposed to the light of wisdom for a long time, expending his lifespan and turning into a living dead person. He paid such a heavy price, but his gains were also huge. He could finally use the Gu worms he had and use them to the best of his ability to unleash killer moves. How could he gain anything without paying any price? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan and his vital Gu. This was one of the crucial parts of Fang Yuan's killer move. Other than that, there were some other immortal Gu, the Gu worms used to assemble 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and Fang Yuan's second vital Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, also played an important role. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan purposely turned into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's Gu worms to assemble this new killer move. Even if he had the Black Coffin Death luck, was surrounded by strong enemies, and was isolated by the wind veil of assimilation, heaven would never seal off one's way. There were no desperate situations in this world, only people who were in despair. The answer to the problem was in our own hands. When we look into our hearts, we will find that the power of miracles is within us. To discover ourselves, to recognize ourselves, to rely on ourselves. The convergence of enslavement and strength path, this is a difficult question that has baffled countless heroes and geniuses throughout the ages. To think that you would actually obtain the perfect answer. Lad, you have indeed walked a new path. Developing along this path, you can even truly unite enslavement and strength path, forming a brand new path. This path will definitely be unprecedentedly powerful. Mo Yao's will sighed. Her magnanimity as a refinement path grandmaster allowed her to not be stingy with her praises towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was just about to say something, when Giant Sun's will suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a sneak attack. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan dodged the attack from Giant Sun's will, using his left shoulder to receive the attack from Giant Sun's will. With a loud bang, Fang Yuan fell to the ground, creating a trench that was tens of steps long. It seems that there is still a lot of your will in my mind. You were influencing my thoughts earlier. Fang Yuan was furious, seeing through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao's will shed all pretense of cordiality, screaming, Lad, I asked you to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada obediently, but you refused. Fate sent you to me, it was to give me a chance to rebirth. I will definitely grab this chance. Most of your will and Gu worms are imprisoned in my immortal aperture. Red Date immortal essence is already under my control. You can no longer receive the replenishment of your will. Since you are influencing my thoughts, you will have to participate in the clash of thoughts. I want to see how long this will of yours hidden in my mind can last. Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while staring at Giant Sun's will. The strength path phantoms around him moved, quickly filling up the gap and protecting Fang Yuan again. Giant Sun's will was in a difficult position. It was fine when Fang Yuan was alone, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transformation, but he was afraid of consumption. Fang Yuan's combination of enslavement and strength path killer move countered it. No matter how fast you are, I will defend with my life. No matter how many transformations you have, I will self-detonate. There were too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers. Not only were there strength path phantoms in all directions, even the sky was filled with them. There was no space to attack. This killer move actually fused the essence of enslavement and strength path. The strength path phantoms can not only reform their remnant chi, they can also self-detonate to kill the enemy. This lad must have made preparations in this aspect. Otherwise, just the time of the light of wisdom would not have allowed him to create something out of nothing. Right? He succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is very likely that he received guidance from heaven and earth during the process. Damn it. Giant Sons will thought intensely for a while before stopping. He did not have much left. He could not think for too long. It would cause a lot of internal friction. Suddenly, he turned into a golden rainbow. He weaved through the strength path phantoms and fiercely slashed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grinned. "Old man, what are you so anxious for?" This was a flaw he had purposely revealed when he directed the strength path phantoms to position themselves. Giant Sons will fell into Fang Yuan's trap. Immediately, 3 strength path phantoms appeared in front of him. Giant Sons will thought intensely. He moved like a snake and avoided 2 of them, but he could not avoid the final strength path phantoms, so he directly slammed into it. Bang! With a loud sound, the strength path phantoms were smashed into pieces. "Old man, do you really think I'm a sick cat?" "Humph, I've been waiting for a long time." Fang Yuan was already waiting behind him. He raised his fist and smashed it towards Giant Sun's will. Chapter 654. Fang Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His fist speed was extremely fast. Giant Sun's will was caught off guard and was hit. With a loud sound, the condensed golden will was smashed into pieces, splitting into countless parts. But at the next moment, the will condensed again. Its size had shrunk by 1/5. Giant Sun's will, who had suffered a huge loss, was about to retaliate in anger. Fang Yuan had already retreated, as the heavy strength path phantoms protected him again. Giant Sun's will, who saw this, was so angry that he almost collapsed again. He could not think much, otherwise he would have seen through this trap, thus falling into Fang Yuan's trap. "Hey Lulan, what are you hesitating for?" Giant Sun's will shouted. How can he use the same strength path phantoms as him? Hey Lulan was in a dilemma, but when he heard Giant Sun's will's shout, he shook and finally came to his senses. Fang Yuan's killer move was vast and sharp, suppressing everyone into a disadvantage. They could not even raise their heads. Even Giant Sun's will could not make any progress. This was a moment of life and death. His great strength true martial physique was the crucial battle strength to change the situation. Thinking of this, He Lulan's eyes widened in anger as he stood up. Boom! An ordinary punch had a terrifying effect. The biting cold fist chi almost broke through the encirclement of the strength path phantoms. Human figures flew, the phantoms shattered one after another. This was the true battle strength of the great strength true martial physique. At this moment, He Lulan unleashed his full strength, no longer holding back. The strength left behind by immortal Gu dark limit on his body formed a thin layer of black membrane. He Lulan tore this layer of black membrane. His image changed. The surging aura of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the sky. The formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord He Lulan has actually turned into a woman. The rumors were true. Su Xian's night elopement. She gave birth to a young lady with He tribe's supreme elder He Cheng. No wonder Giant Sun's will had chosen He Lulan and Ma Hongyun to be the owners of the Frost Jade Peacock. It turned out that she had long since seen through He Lulan's true gender. He Lulan turned a deaf ear to the crowd's exclamations. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, and her killing intent was boiling. She was wild and unruly, like a vigorous female black tiger descending the mountain. He was brave and fearless, as if he wanted to devour someone. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Fist chi kept surging around him. Condensing one strength path phantom after another, The army's momentum was already dense. He was very confident in his killer move. He was not afraid of He Lulan. The self-detonation of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed kill immortals. But my killer move. You can do the same. The strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Like a surging river, it surged towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had revealed her true appearance, slaughtered all gods and Buddhas in her way. She was like a valkyrie that could repel an army of 1,000. No matter how the strength path phantom army attacked, she did not budge. Save me! Yi Lui sang and the others shouted for help. It turned out that Fang Yuan was multitasking, dealing with He Lulan on one side. He did not forget to take care of the other Gu masters on the other side, and also guarded against Giant Sun's will. The attainment of an enslavement path master was displayed without a doubt. The strength path phantom army cooperated with tacit understanding. They were integrated as one, and did not care about sacrifices. Yi Lui sang and the others were already in a precarious situation, but now they could not hold on any longer. The final line of defense was broken. He Lulan wanted to go back and save them, but was firmly held back by the strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms actually have the intelligence of a normal person. How did he do it? He must have snatched my vital goo, but he can actually create strength path phantoms that are exactly the same as him. He Lulan was extremely shocked. The more she fought with the strength path phantom army, the more she could sense their power. A single strength path phantom was not enough to worry about. But with 3 strength path phantoms working together, they could slightly resist them. With 6 strength path phantoms forming a small battle formation, they could hold back He Lulan. 9 strength path phantoms attacked one after another. They could even put pressure on He Lulan. The more strength path phantoms there were, the stronger their battle strength. This was all thanks to their perfect coordination. Even beast groups could not do this, but Fang Yuan's enslavement path army was his own strength path phantoms. They came from the same source and were connected to his heart. He Lulan could not save them in time, and Yi Lui sang and the others were killed by the strength path phantoms. Facing the bloodline descendants' call for help, Giant Sun's will made the opposite choice from He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to kill Fang Yuan in the chaos. Fang Yuan mobilized the guards around him and fought an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally explosive. Giant Sun's will saw that he could not get what he wanted, so he left immediately and did not continue fighting. He really did not have much left. An intense battle would bring about intense thinking. He was gradually unable to endure this kind of internal friction. And Fang Yuan was also in trouble. In his mind, Mo Yao's will would occasionally disturb him, causing him to have distracting thoughts. He repeatedly made mistakes in mobilizing the strength path phantoms. His master-level enslavement path attainment could not be fully displayed. But as time passed, Fang Yuan gradually gained the upper hand. His strength path phantoms army increased in number. The narrow space in the sky and on the ground were filled with these strength path phantoms. There were already over 10,000 of them. At the same time, the influence of Mo Yao's will on him became weaker and weaker. Giant Sun's will attacked many times, but did not succeed. He was left with less than the size of a human head. The only one who was still fighting was He Lulan, but she was a monster with unlimited stamina. The great strength true martial physique's battle strength left people speechless. If not for the layers of strength path phantoms, he might not have been able to restrain her. Child, be careful. I researched this strength path killer move for you. Even though it is powerful, it has a flaw. The strength path phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Rinzhu told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your strength path phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power, you desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the strength path phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down Hei Lolan's cheeks. One day, when the strength path phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. After Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother! In the room, Hei Lolan's heartbroken voice echoed. Hei Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant suns will roared angrily, breaking Hei Lolan's memories. Hei Lulan woke up, she stared at Fang Yuan, her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her? How did he do it? It is the final moment, the wind veil of assimilation is approaching. Hei Lun, self-detonate, I will save you, I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Suns will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment, he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. Hei Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Suns will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands, what can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try, he did not have much hope. But after Hei Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down, her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Suns will saw that the situation was bad, he quickly shouted, don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. Hei Lulan, don't hesitate, this is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor? Don't forget, I am only lending the strength path immortal goo to you. It still has my will inside, as long as I willed it, the immortal goo will self-detonate. Hei Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, you are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price, hand over your life. Hei Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea, she carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, good, I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique. Saying so, he took the initiative to face Hei Lulan in close combat. Although 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. Hei Lulan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure, she was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain made Hei Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows, evenly matched. Giant Suns did not wait for long, he finally saw a flaw in Fang Yuan's defense and attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan took a step back, his body turned around and punched back, he clearly hated Giant Suns to the core. Giant Suns gritted his teeth and fiercely collided with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He shouted, Hei Lulan. As long as she grasped this flaw, Hei Lulan would definitely be able to heavily injure Fang Yuan, or even capture him alive. At this moment, Giant Suns finally saw hope. Here it comes. Hei Lulan charged forward, activating her goo worms and unleashing an unprecedented fierce attack. Suddenly, over 10 strength path phantoms jumped out to protect Fang Yuan. You! Giant Suns shouted in shock. Hei Lulan's attack did not hit Fang Yuan, but hit him instead. Giant Suns collapsed, revealing 3 immortal goo. Hei Lulan opened her mouth and actually swallowed the 3 immortal goo in one gulp. With a gulp, she swallowed the 3 immortal goo into her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, the dozen strength path phantoms that came to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Suns before exploding. Chapter 655. Why? The golden thoughts betrayed him, he shouted in anger, he could not understand. Old thing, I was only following your orders because I had a motive. Now that I have obtained the strength path immortal goo, why should I listen to your orders? He Lulan sneered, her beautiful face was filled with arrogance and coldness. You ingrate, unfilial descendant, you dare to betray your ancestor. The golden thoughts screamed in anger. Be quiet, don't make a ruckus. Sure enough, you cannot think when you have too few thoughts. Is that why you are so shallow? He Lulan crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze filled with disdain. You want me to self-detonate, and now you say you can save me. Why? Because of your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, and fixed immortal travel? These are your only 3 remaining immortal goo. Tell me, which immortal goo can bring me back to life? You think you can deceive me with such a childish trick? If you were strong enough, I would listen to you and obey the strong. But now, what right do you have to order me around? Just because you are a will left behind by a dead person? Even if you are giant sun immortal, so be it, you are finished. This is a new era. Why is a dead person like you still jumping around? Her words were filled with the attitude of a formidable person. He Lulan, she was still that He Lulan. Even if I am only left with a thought, I can destroy the immortal goo. The golden thoughts cursed loudly. But He Lulan was calm. Go ahead and try. How can this be? You actually suppressed 4 immortal goo. Even though you have the great strength true martial physique, you do not have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress 4 immortal goo? The golden thought's body flickered with light as it shouted in disbelief. Evidently, its plan to destroy the immortal goo had failed. There are many things you do not know. The current He Lulan was unfathomable. He Lulan, you have the Huang Jin bloodline. The tribe leader of a super tribe actually colluded with outsiders to harm your ancestor. You 2 despicable and shameless things, when did you collude with each other? Why didn't I notice it all this time? The golden thought angrily rebuked. As expected, it's much easier to deal with them if they can't think. Sigh, you're really embarrassing the giant sun immortal with your ugly behavior. Feng Yuan sighed. The corners of his mouth parted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. In fact, the 2 of them had just joined forces. Previously, He Lulan roared, Devil, you have a glib tongue and are as cunning as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me just now? I will make you pay the heaviest price. Give me your life. Feng Yuan did not use any goo worms. However, He Lulan said that Feng Yuan had used a goo. This was the code. Whether it was Feng Yuan or He Lulan, they were both meticulous, suspicious, and ruthless heroes. The 2 of them had worked together and experienced the struggle for the imperial court, so they understood each other better. They both knew that the other was ambitious and unwilling to be inferior to others. Precisely so. Feng Yuan was willing to take a gamble. After all, he had the strength path phantom to protect him. The risk was not high. The 2 swindlers worked together sincerely. He Lulan seized the opportunity and successfully plotted against Giant Sun's will, taking away all the immortal goo. I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to this. I am the strongest, but I was plotted against and ended up in such a state. You won't have it easy either. My main body left behind many arrangements. Once 88-point Shenyang Tower falls, the other arrangements will be activated. True Yang building will be rebuilt, and you will be hunted down endlessly. I did not lose to you. If not for dealing with Ma Hongyun and spoiling my luck, how could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thought screamed hysterically. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, it self-detonated, self-destructing. It was after all left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. No matter how few thoughts it had, it was still decisive. It was worried that its secrets would be exposed, so it chose to self-detonate. The self-destruction of the thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to stop it, he had no way to do so. Different from Blood Path, Strength Path, and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Unless he lured Giant Sun's will into his own immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, he could easily suppress it. This way, the strongest existence in Imperial Court-blessed land, the strongest existence, turned into ashes at this moment. Not a trace of it was left behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air, looking at Fang Yuan with a calm gaze, saying solemnly, "Now, it is time for us to talk. I believe we have the foundation to cooperate." Fang Yuan nodded, sneering, "Let's not talk about anything else. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel that you took was originally mine. It turned out that the formless fist that took away fixed immortal travel was broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will took it, he forcefully suppressed Fang Yuan's consciousness in the goo worm, not having time to refine it, or maybe he did not have the strength to do so. Thus, Fang Yuan did not sense the existence of fixed immortal travel. He had lost sight of the target earlier, thinking that the formless fist had already flown away. "I know, this is one of my conditions. Now, I am suppressing your immortal goo, but time does not allow me to forcefully refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel." He Lulan said shockingly. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. "Why should I lend it to you?" The goo is with me without fixed immortal travel. How can you leave this place? Only if we cooperate sincerely can this be possible." He Lulan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. "Who told you that I have no other methods to leave this place?" He Lulan's pupils shrunk, looking deeply at Fang Yuan. "The wind veil of assimilation isolates heaven and earth. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo cannot be used. You actually have other methods, but you are not using them. This method has its flaws." She was a formidable person after all. She quickly calmed down and even made a probing counterattack. Her tone was very certain, but she was not sure in her heart. She was just probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him. He was not afraid of the great strength true martial physique's self-detonation. But the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary great strength true martial physique, but He Lulan. This person could not be underestimated. She had fought with Fang Yuan many times at 88-point Jinyang Tower, and was evenly matched. She had even given Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. Now, she was clearly immortal, but could suppress 4 immortal goo at once. Even Giant Sun's will was shocked. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she would be dead for sure. If she risked her life to counterattack, Fang Yuan would still have some reservations. Without the interference of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan regained his nature. He calculated his gains and asked the question he was most concerned about. "Then what do I get?" "Immortal goo dark limit." He Lulan replied calmly, but she was actually relieved. "Please tell me the details. I will help you obtain this goo." "This goo is in the hands of goo immortal Jiang Yu. It can isolate aura and deceive heavenly secrets. It can defend against deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed by the power of immortal goo dark limit. You committed such a huge crime, Northern Plains goo immortals will definitely investigate and find trouble with you. Not just them. There are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. But with immortal goo dark limit, you will not be able to find out your location." "Interesting, what else?" Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled lightly. "We are all smart people. Frankly speaking, I have a huge grudge. I will not self-detonate and die with you. But I am sure you do not want to see me being forced into a corner and dragging you down with me, right?" Not to the extent of dying together. It will bring me a lot of trouble." "But it is true." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. "From your words, it seems you have not fully displayed the power of this killer move. However, I have another trump card." Fang Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it earlier. She could actually suppress an immortal goo. The great strength true martial physique alone could not do this. As long as there were enough benefits, why would there be a need to fight? Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there was no need to push it too far. It would not benefit either of them. He Lulan continued, "I will help you obtain immortal goo dark limit. After I use fixed immortal travel, I will return it to you. I will also give you my strength path killer move. I believe it will be helpful to your new killer move. Also, I have not killed your senior brother Tai by Yunxing." Fang Yuan's gaze swept over. The unconscious Tai by Yunxing was still lying on the ground. His body was covered in a defensive light barrier. This was clearly set up by He Lulan. He could not help but raise his evaluation of He Lulan by another level. He Lulan was not simple. She actually preserved Tai Bai Yunxing's life until now. Evidently, she had long been dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had a plan. Most importantly, she had stated so many conditions. Immortal Gu Dark Limit was the main point, fixed immortal travel was the secondary point, after that was the Strength Path Killer move, and finally, Tai Bai Yunxing. Such an arrangement showed her understanding of Fang Yuan. Then what are your conditions? Fang Yuan asked. Help me become an immortal, and help me kill my father with my own hands. Saying this, He Lulan's eyes revealed deep hatred. Fang Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not ask why, he did not need to. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, looking at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation. His gaze finally landed on He Lulan. After tearing open Dark Limit's seal and revealing her true appearance, He Lulan was no longer the fat violent bear He Lulan, but a stunning beauty with a fiery figure, sharp eyebrows and heroic eyes. She was domineering and powerful. Interesting. Then why don't we cooperate for the time being? Fang Yuan praised and agreed. The benefits of cooperation moved his heart. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in her hands. Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. They might as well cooperate and see. Next, Fang Yuan stated his conditions and reached an initial agreement with He Lulan. The wind veil of assimilation had shrunk to its limit. Large numbers of goo worms were piled up in the narrow space, squeezing each other. Even more goo worms had been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. And Calamity Tribulation Formless Hand had finally disappeared completely. We don't have enough time today, let's talk another day. After reaching an agreement, He Lulan activated fixed immortal travel. A jade green light shrouded her body. She was not a goo immortal, but she could activate immortal goo. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Fang Yuan, seemingly asking casually, "What is the name of your killer move?" Myriad Self. Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name in her mind. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move would become famous throughout the 5 regions. At the next moment, fixed immortal travel activated, He Lulan's figure vanished on the spot. Once she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the environment here, preventing her from using fixed immortal travel to return. The wind veil of assimilation was already closing in from all directions. Fang Yuan's location was only the size of a small house. Large numbers of goo worms had already been devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, but there were still a few flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Goo and opened a stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead using a deep gaze to look at these flying goo worms. He did not have confidence, but he still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew in front of him. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Ha! In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter echoed. It was precisely, spears in the open and arrows in the dark interweaved into a net, scheming and scheming in the dark. Misfortune befalls one's heart and changes one's mind, gaining a glimmer of hope from danger. Immortal zombies are half dead with no lifespan. Myriad Self has no hesitation. Countless piles of bones, dual demons will have endless mysteries. Chapter 656. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. What entered his vision was a glowing pink light and a crystalline mountain wall. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before reacting. He had already passed through the Stargate and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. But this trip to Northern Plains was extremely tiring and dangerous. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Even though Fang Yuan had the body of a 6-armed heavenly zombie, his heart was filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept for before he slowly woke up. He was too tired. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. I do not know fatigue. But my soul is the original soul. It has its limits and can be damaged. A thought flashed in his mind as Fang Yuan slowly sat up. His mind was at peace. There was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping also had the effect of calming and nurturing the soul. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stretched his limbs. He felt like his entire body was rusty, giving him a heavy and inflexible feeling. He did not find it strange. He knew that this was the aftereffect of using the killer move Myriad Self. His soul had been greatly consumed. Thus, it was difficult for him to control such a strong zombie body. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to, like the sound of sand rubbing against ice. It gave off a dry and cold feeling. "Master!" At the next moment, Little Hu Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Her voice was still pleasant to listen to, but now, it was mixed with worry and sadness. Fang Yuan turned around. He saw Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red as she appeared on his left. "How long did I sleep for?" Fang Yuan nodded and asked. "Master, you have slept for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Hu Immortal answered. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment. 2 days and 3 nights, this was the time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 5 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was equivalent to 1 day in the 5 regions outside. In other words, less than a day had passed since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation and returned to the northern plains. Fang Yuan calmed down. He had not slept. He had already discussed with He Lulan and confirmed their temporary cooperation. Soon he would return to northern plains. Little Fox Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent. Thinking that he was sad, she opened her small mouth and comforted him. Master, don't be sad. Although your current appearance is very ugly, there will definitely be a way to change it back. She believed him. One day, Master, you will return to your original form. Master, you need to pull yourself together. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily as he stretched out an arm and patted Little Fox Immortal's head. Little Fox Immortal dodged for a moment, but in the end, she allowed Fang Yuan's terrifying zombie hand to land on her head. She hung her head and said nothing. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her head. Little Fox Immortal finally could not hold it in any longer and started crying. Master, although your hand is cold, I still like it very much. With that, she hugged Fang Yuan's thigh and cried. Little Fox Immortal was still so cute, like a 5 to 6-year-old girl, tender and pure, petite and exquisite. She was dressed in a colorful dress, and her snow-white foxtail was drooping on the ground, showing her disappointment. Land spirits were formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. They were different from wills and would not deceive people. Little Fox Immortal's words were the truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that protruded from his mouth were slightly retracted. His action of patting Little Fox Immortal's head also became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside. His first aperture was deathly silent. There was not a trace of primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally transparent purple crystal aperture walls had turned into a gray stone texture. The stone walls were filled with small cracks. The culprit behind these cracks was the spring-autumn cicada in the center of the aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body flickered alternately in green and yellow colors. The surging aura of a rank 6 immortal goo filled the entire aperture. If it was the original rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have already burst. But now that the aperture was dead, it could instead bear the pressure of the immortal goo. Although there was a limit, it was quite far away now. At the same time, Fang Yuan noticed that the aperture was almost empty. It could no longer produce primeval essence. This is the price of turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead. It can no longer produce primeval essence. Fang Yuan thought. He could not help but think of Guyue's generation. Guyue's generation had turned into a blood-white zombie. Their aperture could no longer produce primeval essence. Thus they had a huge demand for goo worms like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My current situation is much better than Guyue's generation. I had already ascended to a goo immortal. I have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. I have unlimited primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly formed strength path immortal aperture had already turned into ashes. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was overcast. white stone mountains had already collapsed. The ground was black and rotten, emitting a foul stench. The ground was full of cracks. It was as if there had been a huge earthquake. This was caused by forcefully storing wisdom goo. In this immortal aperture, there were almost all of Feng Yuan's goo worms. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were as many as 7 immortal goo inside. If this number was known, it would definitely shock the jaws of everyone. Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely rare. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have 1 immortal goo. Including the fixed immortal travel goo that he lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada, Feng Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number was enough to make most rank 7 goo immortals feel ashamed. There were 3 immortal goo related to Water Pavilion: Worldly Wave Trace goo, Delight in Water and Mountain goo, and Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. As for the other 4 immortal goo, they were obtained by Feng Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. Other than immortal goo, there were also mortal goo. Among them, the most valuable mortal goo was also obtained by Feng Yuan after breaking the Formless Fist. These goo worms came from the various true inheritances in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Each of them was of high quality and had their own differences from common goo worms. But in terms of importance, it was still his second vital goo, rank 4 all-out effort goo. As well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking soul coat goo, breath concealment goo, and others. It was these goo worms. They formed the foundation of the killer move Myriad Self, allowing Feng Yuan to obtain victory in the Wind Veil of Assimilation. Other than these, there were other miscellaneous goo. For example, during Feng Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he used Eagle Rise goo, which consumed the most energy. Wind Flower goo that could quickly change direction, Soul Blade goo obtained from Soul Blade General Pan Ping, Battle Bone Will goo, Stargate goo, Whole Earth goo, Connecting Heaven goo, Divine Sense goo, and others that goo immortals were equipped with. Among them, the most numerous were beggar moths. There were close to 1,000 of them that could store primeval essence. At the final juncture of his trip to Northern Plains, they helped Feng Yuan a lot. After inspecting his aperture and immortal aperture, Feng Yuan looked at his own body. He did not need to look in the mirror to know that he had completely turned into a monster. 20 feet tall, green face and fangs, blood-red eyes, muscles bulging all over his body, like hard rocks. The most eye-catching thing was, he had 8 arms. Other than the original 2 arms. The other 6 had sinister appearances. They were respectively from rank 5 Flying Zombie goo, Azura Zombie goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie goo, Blood White Zombie goo, Nightmare Zombie goo, Plague Zombie goo, and Earth Chief Zombie goo. Whether his appearance was ugly or beautiful, Feng Yuan did not care. Land Spirit Little Who Immortal cared because she was the female goo immortal fairy White Fox's obsession. Feng Yuan cared because his zombie body's cultivation was stagnant, unable to advance a single step. This was the most serious obstacle to his pursuit of the demonic path and his dreams. He was ambitious. He wanted eternal life. Eternal life represented the strongest, invulnerable to all calamities. Invulnerable to all tribulations, no one could harm his life. He had an endless lifespan. Although the zombie body had no lifespan, the soul would still be damaged, and would perish in the face of even stronger attacks. It had many drawbacks and weaknesses. Many goo masters and goo immortals would often turn into zombies when they had no other choice. This method could only be said to be struggling at death's door, like looking up at heaven from hell. How can I get rid of my zombie body and revive from death, having a fresh body again? Feng Yuan asked himself. Evidently, this was a difficult problem that had to be solved. Although he did not have an answer, he had a plan. Interrogating Mo Yao's will in his immortal aperture was one method. Using wisdom goo was the second method. Little Who Immortal's cries gradually stopped. Feng Yuan retracted his arm and calmed his thoughts, asking, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious?" Little Who Immortal heard her master's question and immediately stood up, wiping her tears and answering sensibly, "Master, there are 2 main matters. First, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing, has already woken up. He has been wanting to visit you these last 2 days. Sometimes he is so anxious that he even cries. But Master had given orders earlier, so I stopped him. Second is Crane Gate. They have stopped their rockmen trade with us. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Crane Gate suddenly stopped their rockmen trade. Who immortal blessed land had Dang Hun Mountain? This was something that the 10 great sects of Central Continent knew. Crane Gate coveted Dang Hun Mountain, but they could not directly attack Who immortal blessed land. Thus, over a year ago, they sent Fang Jing to negotiate, and they reached an agreement on the rockmen trade. But their main target was Dang Hun Mountain and Gutsgu. Afterwards, Crane Gate urged and emphasized many times, requesting Fang Yuan to open up the Gutsgu trade. But they were all rejected by Fang Yuan. Over the last year, Who immortal blessed land did not relent. Crane Gate's patience was finally exhausted. Thus they stopped the rockmen trade. As for whether they wanted to express their anger and force Fang Yuan to negotiate again, or if they had other motives, it would depend on the development of the situation. Who immortal blessed land is not a paradise. It is located on Tian Ti Mountain and its external situation has always been worrying. This time, Crane Gate is making trouble. There must be a reason behind it. I need to be careful. If Fang Yuan had an immortal aperture, his reliance on Who immortal blessed land would be greatly reduced. He could even directly annex Who immortal blessed land and escape. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. There was no point in talking about it. Fang Yuan thought about it, but could not think of anything for the time being. Chapter 657. The stagnation of cultivation was only the main drawback. Apart from that, there were other small drawbacks. One of the reasons was that he could not feel pain at all. Rigid thinking was the second reason. In this world, Wisdom Path had already explained the mysteries of human thought. When a person thinks, thoughts will appear in his mind. Intelligent people generate ideas faster and more, while stupid people generate fewer and slower ideas. These thoughts collided, merged, or destroyed each other, and finally, one or several brand new thoughts were formed. These new ideas were the result of thinking. The mind was where thoughts were born, and it was the key domain for life to think. And this domain was determined by 2 aspects. One was the body, while the other was the soul. If a human soul were to reside in a wild beast, then this wild beast would become very smart. This level of intelligence was far higher than that of wild beasts, but slightly weaker than the human body. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, while man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans are the smartest among all living things. In order to achieve this, a human body and a human soul were needed. Now, Fang Yuan was completely dead. Only his soul remained. As a result, the number of thoughts generated in his mind and the speed of his thinking decreased by a large margin. Intense thinking would cause the number of thoughts to decrease rapidly. The zombie's brain produced fewer thoughts, and the speed at which it produced thoughts could not keep up with the speed at which it consumed energy. If Fang Yuan was a brute, then so be it. It just so happened that he was an ambitious schemer who was used to thinking. After turning into a zombie, he immediately felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. No wonder most of the zombies, such as Guyue's generation, died. Will choose to sleep. When he was asleep, he didn't have to think much, so he didn't have to waste as much of his thoughts. More and more thoughts would slowly accumulate in his mind. When it's time to fight, I'll think about it intensely and use these thoughts. Fang Yuan came to a realization. This was the same reason why giant sons will choose to sleep. If you think too little, you will appear clumsy and shallow. I never thought that one day I, Guyue Fang Yuan, would also become an idiot. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his heart and collected his thoughts. He said to Little Fox Immortal, "Bring my senior brother Tai Bai Yunxing in. I want to see him." Little Fox Immortal agreed obediently and disappeared on the spot. It was a land spirit. It could move freely in Who immortal blessed land. In the span of 10 breaths, Little Fox Immortal appeared with Tai Bai Yunxing again. "Junior brother, sighed. What should we do now?" As soon as he saw Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned, and then his eyes turned red. He choked with sobs. He knew that Fang Yuan had completely turned into a six-armed heavenly zombie. He already had some understanding. This was also what Fang Yuan had specifically asked Little Fox Fairy to tell Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Originally, I had advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but now that I have become like this, there is no helping it. I have to continue calling you senior brother. Come on. Senior martial brother, this place is simple and crude, please find a stone block to sit on. The cave Fang Yuan was in was dug out by Fairy White Fox in the middle of Dang Hun Mountain years ago. The ruins of Dang Hun Palace. After Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had the help of Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was restored. The restored Dang Hun Mountain retained this cave. But Dang Hun Palace's golden brick walls, silver brick floor, pink curtains, round bed, golden silk bedding, incense burner and wind chimes were all gone. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before could restore mountains and rivers to their previous state. Dang Hun Palace's furnishings were not in the category of mountains and rivers. Of course, Fang Yuan did not want to recreate Dang Hun Palace. After all, it was Fairy White Fox's chamber, the smell of cosmetics was too heavy, it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. There was no furniture in the cave, it was very simple and crude. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose a stone block closest to Fang Yuan and sat down. Right now, he was filled with gratitude and friendliness towards Fang Yuan. He trusted him unconditionally. Because he and Fang Yuan had gone through life and death together, they had gone through too many trials and tribulations in Northern Plains, they had seen each other's sincerity. Not to mention that in True Inheritance Secluded Domain, Fang Yuan had helped Tai Bai Yunsheng twice without hesitation or blinking. The first time, he saved landscape as before Immortal Gu. The second time, he abandoned man as before Immortal Gu to save Tai Bai Yunsheng's life. At that time, Tai Bai Yunsheng was so moved that he almost shed tears. He had a Gu immortal inheritance, he naturally understood the attraction of an Immortal Gu to a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan abandoned the Immortal Gu to save him, Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was enough to prove Fang Yuan's sincerity. Later, Tai Bai Yunsheng was captured by He Lulun. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and snatched back man as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng also approved of Fang Yuan's choice. He felt relieved. This was a rational decision. When he woke up, he found he was already in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was out of danger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was overjoyed. Being able to keep his life was naturally something to be happy about. But what made him even more surprised was that after he woke up, Little Hu Immortal returned the two Immortal Gu, landscape as before and man as before, to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a kind and gentle nature. He had deep feelings towards these two Immortal Gu. Regaining the precious treasures, he was extremely happy. But when he heard about Fang Yuan's situation from Little Hu Immortal, his heart shook. He could not feel happy anymore. His heart was filled with sadness, guilt, sorrow, and sympathy. Thus, he repeatedly requested to see Fang Yuan, trying to save his junior brother with all his strength. Right now, he was sitting on a rock. His face was filled with sorrow as he heaved a long sigh. I am ashamed, junior brother, not only did you save my life, when we meet, I still have to receive your consolation and consolation. Fang Yuan stretched out an arm and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder, using his hoarse voice to laugh heartily. Fate is fickle. It is very likely that things will not go according to one's wishes. As a person, we need to be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, I am at least half dead. I am much better than those dead people and giant sons will. And at the final moment, I even obtained Wisdom Gu. I have already profited greatly, senior brother. Don't worry about it, you should be happy. Before Fang Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom Gu realized this was a passageway to the outside world. Its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Fang Yuan. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stargate Gu was a mortal Gu. It could not bear the might of an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored Wisdom Gu into his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu concealed its aura, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land. Its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate Goo to pass through. Fang Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release Wisdom Goo. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tian Ti Mountain, absorbing the earth chi of Central Continent. It was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture hidden in a Goo immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Goo, Tai Bai Yunsheng also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal Goo cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before immortal Goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng's emotions were sincere as he said this. He had already stood up impatiently. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother, you are very clear in your heart. This man as before immortal Goo can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed, how can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste. Why waste the precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap, slap, slap. 5 to 6 times, Tai Bai Yunsheng actually slapped himself. Senior brother. Stop. Why are you doing this? Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunsheng's hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not match Fang Yuan's strength. After being restrained, he cried bitterly, Junior brother, I have let you down, I have let you down. As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, Senior brother, why are you like this? Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal Goo to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this. Tai Bai Yunsheng cried bitterly. He had a kind nature, even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother, but he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunsheng had taken the initiative to lend his Goo to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunsheng woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was paralyzed on the ground, feeling sad and ashamed. He was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. Looking down at Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. I am very happy that you can think this way. He smiled inwardly, but said sincerely, Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have Wisdom Goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, saying intermittently, Wisdom Goo is rank 9, it followed you here because of its survival instinct. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Goo immortal, you will never be able to refine it, you will not be able to control it. Of course I understand this. But even so, just a little bit of its light of wisdom will bring me great benefits. Speaking of which, my zombie body has no lifespan, it is more suitable to be close to Wisdom Goo. Fang Yuan stretched out his third arm and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's back, consoling him. Moreover, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. This is my other gain from 88-point Shenyang Tower. Mo Yao was once a refinement pathmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a native of Northern Plains. He had never heard of the name Mo Yao, but he had heard of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, and also a refinement pathmaster. It seems this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng's sorrowful expression eased slightly. Fang Yuan laughed again, and most importantly, senior brother, Have you forgotten that we still have Master? Master will definitely have a way. I won't hide it from you. After Master gave me the mission to investigate 88-point Xinjiang Tower, he gave me a consumable goo to notify and report to him. 2 days ago, when I had just returned to Hu immortal blessed land, I had already used this goo. Fang Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yunxing's soul in 88-point Xinjiang Tower. He knew all of Tai Bai Yunxing's experiences and secrets. Tai Bai Yunxing had once met a mysterious old beggar. He had obtained a time path goo immortal inheritance from him. Fang Yuan had swindled and deceived him. Using his glib tongue and acting skills, he had successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunxing in 88-point Xinjiang Tower, making him believe that he and Tai Bai Yunxing had the same master, that old beggar. Fang Yuan had even casually given the old beggar the name of Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunxing, however, had no doubts about this. Now that Fang Yuan mentioned this matter again, Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes brightened. So junior brother has a way to contact Master. This is great. Others might not have a way, but Master has great abilities. He will definitely have a way. The fire of hope ignited in his heart. Listening to his tone, the old beggar held an extremely important position in his heart. Tai Bai Yunxing was filled with confidence in the old beggar. If he knew the truth now, who knew what expression he would have? Fang Yuan did not reveal the slightest flaw. He said in all seriousness, "Senior brother, don't be impatient. I believe Master's letter will definitely come in a few days. We just need to wait patiently." Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Fang Yuan's mention of Zishan Makoto's name finally calmed his mind. He stood up straight, and Fang Yuan let go of his arm. Tai Bai Yunxing took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior martial brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart. I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if Master has no way, I, Tai Bai Yunxing, will use all my strength to revive junior brother." Ha! Longevity heaven is Giant Sun Immortal's grotto heaven. We just tore down this old guy's True Yang building. You swear to it, isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You have to repay this kindness." "Say it." Tai Bai Yunxing answered immediately, without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, "I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was Master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path goo immortal. Although I am a zombie now, I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." Tai Bai Yunxing stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai Bai Yunxing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Bai Yunxing could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face. He sneered, "Oh, junior brother, in your dreams. How can seniority be messed around? Unless Master rearranges it, I will definitely be the senior brother." Ha! Tai Bai Yunxing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. "Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother." "Ha, junior brother, I can understand you. I don't mind." Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him, as if they were family. Chapter 658. Only Fang Yuan was left in the cave. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already left. He sat on a stone stool, his 8 monstrous arms were hanging down, some were behind his back, and some were crossed in front of his chest. Together with his huge body, just sitting there made him look like a towering mountain, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Fang Yuan had thought deeply about how to deal with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan only believed in himself, he never truly believed in others. If he killed Tai Bai Yunsheng, he would obtain man as before immortal Gu, landscape as before immortal Gu, as well as a rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But using him like this would not maximize his benefits. He had to admit, Tai Bai Yunsheng was a very useful chess piece. This useful could be seen in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was very useful. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing master in northern plains. Now that he had reached rank 6-time path, his blessed land was a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was also a flying master. His value was huge. Secondly, he was very easy to control. Fang Yuan had once soul-searched him, thus he had a thorough understanding of him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person, he had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. He was indebted to Fang Yuan. He had helped him several times in True Yang building, especially when he brought him out of the wind veil of assimilation when he fainted, and returned the 2 immortal Gu to him. He had already obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's complete trust. This could be seen from how Tai Bai Yunsheng chose his seat earlier. There were many stone stools in the cave. Fang Yuan had an ugly appearance and a huge body. Ordinary people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel pressure and subconsciously avoid him. But Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the seat closest to Fang Yuan. This meant, in his heart, Fang Yuan had already become one of his closest people. He was not worried that Fang Yuan would harm him. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most crucial point. At that moment, his survival instinct took over. This was human nature. After the incident, Tai Bai Yunsheng felt guilty and couldn't forget about it. He looked haggard and suffered greatly. Under Fang Yuan's scheme, he was on the verge of becoming a demon and impulsively ascended to immortality. His original goal was to seek death. To seek death because of guilt, one could see his conscience. Coincidentally, Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained the help of Giant Sun's will. After successfully ascending to immortality, he fell into a coma. Fang Yuan used the glass abode master token to enter a certain checkpoint of the True Yang building and wake him up. At this crucial moment, tell him the secret of the sect. This happened to strike at Tai Bai Yunsheng's weak spot. Tai Bai Yunsheng denied himself. Therefore, he was in extreme pain and felt extremely lost. At that moment, Fang Yuan had appeared and given him a sect, a sense of belonging, a sense of security and warmth. After that, she entered his time path immortal aperture and handed the immortal Gu to him for safekeeping. That was a sign of her initial trust in him. After that, everything that had happened in the True Yang building. She made Tai Bai Yunsheng completely believe in Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with Fang Yuan's thoughts. Otherwise, how could Tai Bai Yunsheng trust him so much? Tai Bai Yunsheng harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives. This went against his values greatly. He has always felt guilty about it. He felt that he was not such a person, but he did such a thing. Now that I am his benefactor, he owes me, he will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows how to repay kindness, it is also a chance for him to prove that he is a good person again. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly in his mind. Bad people would not know how to repay kindness, they would even bite the hand that fed them. The more Tai Bai Yunsheng sacrifices for Fang Yuan in the future, the more he would prove that he was a good person. This way, he would be able to offset the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This involved the psychology of balance and compensation on Earth. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunsheng a chance to prove himself again, a reason for him to live again. Fang Yuan knew this in detail, thus he saved Tai by Yunxing, and even gave him man as before and landscape as before, these 2 immortal gu. I have too many immortal gu, the cost of feeding them will be very high. At this time, it is better to give man as before and landscape as before to Tai by Yunxing. At the same time, the immortal aperture is dead, it cannot produce immortal essence anymore. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence, the more I use them, the less I have. Although I still have some white fox immortal essence, if I can use Tai by Yunxing's green grape immortal essence, why not? Thinking of the feeding of immortal gu, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising gu worms was like raising a mistress. Gu masters often could not afford to raise or use them. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, feeding mortal gu was not a problem. But now that he had so many immortal gu, Hu immortal blessed land could not support such a high cost. This was a blissful worry. Many gu immortals did not have a single immortal gu, and were searching for them bitterly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also struggled for a spring-autumn cicada. After painstakingly refining it, he was surrounded and self-detonated. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brains on how to feed so many immortal gu. Fang Yuan sat quietly by himself, trying to find inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my thinking has become much more rigid. Just now, when I was talking to Tai by Yunxing, I felt my thinking becoming slow. Now, I cannot keep up with my original rhythm when thinking. He summoned Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. How is Wisdom Gu? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the Blessed Land's land spirit. All the changes and situations in the blessed land were basically under her control. Master, after Wisdom Gu was brought in by you, it went deep underground and found a Rockman cave. It seems to be hibernating now. Little Fox Fairy closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she immediately opened her big watery eyes and replied. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The underground cave that Wisdom Gu was hibernating in was very big. Fang Yuan was moved in by Little Hu Immortal. His 6 meters tall body could move freely. Sensing Fang Yuan's arrival, Wisdom Gu shone with 5 colors. Little Hu Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom Gu curiously. This was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense every place in the Blessed Land, it was rare for her to be in such close proximity. "Oh Wisdom Gu, I brought you out of the trap and saved your life. According to our previous agreement, it is time for you to fulfill a part of it." In the dark cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom Gu was quiet. After a few breaths, it slowly floated in the air. At the same time, it shone with the light of wisdom. So beautiful! Little Hu Immortal's eyes shone brightly. She laughed happily. The spherical light of wisdom shone with all sorts of colors, enveloping Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan immediately felt his thoughts colliding. His thoughts were like lightning. He was able to obtain the result of his thoughts at an extremely fast speed. This feeling is so comfortable. Little Hu Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide. She was dazed, immersed in the pleasure of the sudden increase in wisdom. But after a few breaths, her figure started to fade. Little Hu Immortal, you are formed from obsession. Although you have fused with the power of heaven and earth, Wisdom Gu still restrains you. You cannot stay here for long, go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger and tapped on Little Hu Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu Immortal covered her small melon head, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, I can actually become so smart. Such an amazing Wisdom Gu. She shouted, like a child who had found a new toy. She was extremely happy. Master is the most amazing, you can even get Wisdom Gu. Just let me stay here for a while, okay? She actually started to flatter Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seems Wisdom Gu has activated your little brain, go out quickly. Saying so, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute head was pressed by Fang Yuan's fingers again and again. Little Hu Immortal immediately frowned. She shook her head. Master, I will be leaving. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan. She flickered and disappeared. The underground cave calmed down. Fang Yuan did not sit cross-legged. His zombie body was tough and thick. There was no difference between sitting and standing. He stood in the light of wisdom. The first thing he did was to observe Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in the immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was not affected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had observed it under the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan was reassured after confirming it again. Since the immortal aperture is formed, it has become a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth, isolating the inside from the outside. External forces are almost unable to affect the inside. Only then did Fang Yuan close his bloodshot eyes and start to meditate and comprehend. He had already become a zombie. The production of thoughts in his mind had fallen by several levels. His thoughts were also rigid. But the light of wisdom allowed thoughts to move rapidly and collide with each other, expending a large amount of thoughts in a short period of time to produce a result. If it was an ordinary zombie, they might become smart for a moment before turning into an idiot. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were still wills. These wills were produced by wisdom path goo worms. They could think as well. In order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had researched wisdom path and bought special will goo, deliberate will goo, sharp will goo, and other goo worms. These wills had helped him a lot in the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. Now, Fang Yuan's mind could not keep up. He could only use these wills as a replacement. His primeval essence was unlimited. His wills were also almost limitless. Under the cover of the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills were like snow melting under the sunlight. They shrunk smaller and smaller. Next, inspiration appeared one after another. The dusty memories became clear. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. Chapter 659. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was in deep thought under the light of wisdom. Although I have been reborn and have 500 years of experience in my previous life, compared to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My past advantage is no longer there. In the long river of history, countless stars twinkled. How many heroes had there been? Giant Sun Immortal was an invincible character rarely seen even in 1,000,000 years in human history. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, a fairy of spirit affinity house back then, an influential person with shocking talent. She was one of the top 10 Gu immortals in the huge central continent at that time. Although Fang Yuan had a firm will and had unique experiences, he was just an unremarkable star among the stars. With his current foundation and strength, he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with all the experts in history. My trip to Northern Plains has exceeded my expectations. If not for the interference of Mo Yao's will, I would have stayed in True Yang Building and changed my identity every 10 years to slowly explore it. But the truth is already set in stone. Northern Plains will definitely be shaken. Countless experts and forces will come to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experience. He felt that his disadvantage was in wisdom path. His strength was in scheming and planning. And with his rebirth experience, this advantage was even greater. But Mo Yao's will actually interfered with his thoughts, causing him to be unable to think properly. 88-point Jinyang Tower is the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. I am the culprit behind its destruction. If I am caught, the consequences will be unthinkable. Although I am hiding in Hu immortal blessed land now, it is not safe here. I have been plotting against Dang Hun Mountain's Crane Gate. Northern Plains Gu immortals might be able to use wisdom path to make deductions. They might be able to deduce my background. Fang Yuan was well aware that hiding in Hu immortal blessed land seemed very safe, but it was actually waiting for death. He could only take advantage of the fact that they had not found out the truth. Only by making the first move could he save the situation. Dark Limit Immortal Gu. I have heard of its name in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and prevent deductions. If I can obtain this Gu, I believe the situation will turn for the better. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulun. This woman was not to be underestimated, she was an unrivaled hero. See the wind and change the rudder. Betraying his ancestors for his own benefit, and even wanting to kill his own father, this was a naked demonic nature. He had the great strength true martial physique. He had also obtained a strength path immortal Gu. Once he ascended to Gu immortal, he would soar to the sky. She was very similar to Fang Yuan, but it was precisely because of this. Work with her. He had to be extra careful. Be it immortal Gu dark limit or fixed immortal travel, they were both things that Fang Yuan wanted. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts stopped. The willpower in his mind was almost exhausted. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before retreating from the light of wisdom and activating his Gu worm to create his will again. Very soon. His mind was filled with many wills. Unfortunately, mortal Gu do not produce many wills. Under the light of wisdom, it was easily depleted. If I use immortal Gu to create wills, the quantity will be huge and can last for a long time. I can think as much as I want. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. He had a rank 6 wisdom path immortal Gu with him. It was delight in water and mountain Gu that could produce boundless will. But Fang Yuan thought about it and did not use it. Activating immortal Gu required immortal essence. He did not have much green grape immortal essence, he only had 19 beads left. His immortal aperture had already become a land of death, one used meant one less. He had to save his green grape immortal essence as much as possible for emergencies. Thus, he could only use mortal Gu for now. After accumulating a certain amount of mortal will, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about the external situation, he concentrated on thinking about himself. I have become a zombie now, my cultivation cannot advance. How can I revive and return to my human form? This is the first problem. If only I could use yin-yang rotation Gu, but I am an immortal zombie, yin-yang rotation Gu is only rank 4. The second problem is, I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his assets in his trip to Northern Plains. He was already unable to make ends meet, his finances were bankrupt. Right now, he did not even have a single immortal Yuan stone, even Hu immortal blessed land had become barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already spent all of his remaining immortal Yuan stone. At the final juncture, he had no choice but to exchange for other items. The fox groups and wolf groups in Hu immortal blessed land were sold as much as possible. In the vast grassland now, only sporadic fox and wolf groups could be seen. The 10,000 hairy men that Fang Yuan had bought were mostly sold to save the situation. Only 2,000 old hairy men with rich experience in Gu refinement were left. They were not willing to sell them. The Rockmen slave trade had always been a strong pillar of support for Fang Yuan's economy. But after Crane Gates stopped the large order, the pillar collapsed. The Rockmen trading market in Jewel Yellow Skies had already been divided. Fang Yuan could not get involved. This made his situation even worse. Just having strong battle strength was useless. He had to use sufficient resources to support his cultivation. In the Gu path, nurture, use, and refine, Gu masters not only needed to use Gu, they also needed to nurture and refine Gu. Fang Yuan had become a zombie now. His cultivation had stagnated, he needed to accumulate more resources. Only then would he have a higher chance of reviving. 3 days later, Dang Hun Mountain's palace. Fang Yuan had rearranged this place simply, creating a rough hall with several stone chairs on the left and right. The main seat was as wide as a bed, the back of the chair was as tall as a monument, but it was perfect for Fang Yuan to sit on. Tai Bai Yunxing was sitting on the first seat on the left, frowning deeply as he held a small white pigeon in his hand. This white pigeon was flickering with a faint light. It was a rank 5 messenger pigeon Gu. Not long after, Tai Bai Yunxing's mind came back from the messenger pigeon Gu. He sighed deeply and said worriedly, that is to say, teacher does not intend to make a move and will treat this encounter as junior brother's test mission. Fang Yuan nodded, that's right. In the letter, Master reprimanded me, saying I was greedy and did not listen to his advice before leaving, rashly activating Di Chiu inheritance. In the end, I fell into the trap of Mo Yao's will, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Thus, this time, he wants me to solve this problem myself. Sigh, master style is like this, it seems I can only work hard myself. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, expressing his agreement with Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, after the old beggar gave him the Gu immortal inheritance, he disappeared without a trace, not caring about him. This style was the same as the current test for Fang Yuan, thus Tai Bai Yunxing did not feel it was strange. Tai Bai Yunxing pondered for a moment before asking, "Junior apprentice brother, I heard you say that Master has accepted a total of 6 true disciples. You are ranked 5th and have grasped 2 Gu immortal inheritances, Strength Path and Enslavement Path. That is to say, you still have 5 fellow disciples, can we get help from them?" Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke, of course it was impossible. The contents of this messenger pigeon Gu were forged by Fang Yuan alone. The name Zishan Makoto was also casually made up by him. The 6 great true disciples did not even exist. How could he ask for help from people who did not exist? This is impossible. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, his gaze extremely sincere. First of all, I have only heard about these fellow disciples from Master. Not only have I not seen them personally, I also don't know their identities or where they are. Most importantly, this is a mission from Master. He has already acknowledged your identity in the letter and placed you as the 5th disciple. He wants you to help me solve this problem during this period of time. At the same time, he also wants me to keep and use the spoils of war I obtained in Northern Plains. This is all help from Master. If I ask for help from fellow disciples again, it might not be what Master wants. After all, he gave me a test mission. Tai Bai Yunxing was worried and anxious. Even if teacher did not say it, I would still stay by junior brother's side and do my best to help you. What do we do now? Old Bai, you have also seen the contents of the letter. Master told me to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan answered. Zombie Alliance, what kind of organization is this? Tai Bai Yunxing asked. He had just ascended to Immortal, he did not know much about Gu Immortal level matters. Zombie Alliance, as the name suggests, is a zombie alliance. This alliance has a long history. It first appeared during the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now, it has become a super force spread throughout the 5 regions. Eastern Sea is the headquarters, while Northern Plains, Central Continent, Southern Border, and Western Desert each have a branch. Fang Yuan introduced. They are actually spread throughout the 5 regions. Are they stronger than the Huangjin tribes and super forces of Northern Plains? Tai Bai Yunxing was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. Not so. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members deal with zombies. The higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. Most of these immortal zombies are Gu immortals who have reached the end of their lifespan and have no choice but to turn into zombies to extend their lifespan. These Gu immortals' immortal apertures are dead. They cannot produce immortal essence or absorb heaven and earth chi. Every once in a while, a portion of their blessed land will shrink and collapse. Thus, their battle strength cannot compare to ordinary Gu immortals. Of course, some immortal zombies are an exception. All in all, Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the local super forces. But Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance headquarters was a level higher than Eastern Sea's super forces. So that's it. Tai Bai Yunxing gained new knowledge. He asked in confusion, then why did Master want you to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan pondered. If a Gu immortal's lifespan is exhausted and they become an immortal zombie, they would obtain lifespan Gu. Next, he obtained lifespan Gu and wanted to revive. Back then, one of the goals of Zombie Alliance was to cooperate with each other and research a method to regain a body. So many years have passed, they must have made a lot of progress in their research. I think this is Master's intention. Tai Bai Yunxing was both happy and worried. This suggestion is really good. Then how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, don't worry, joining Zombie Alliance is very simple. I just need to show my immortal zombie identity. So simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is being suppressed by the super forces. They are not having a good time. They would love to have more members in the alliance. At the same time, Immortal zombie identities are not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has done a lot of research. They have many effective methods to distinguish them. I plan to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before that, we need to wait for someone. Hey Lulan. Tai by Yunxing blurted out. Fong Yuan nodded. Chapter 660. Sigh, I have not seen a mirror willow for many years. Mo Yao's will sighed as she caressed the only mirror willow in front of her. She was filled with emotions as if she was recalling the past. As for Fong Yuan's will, he stood beside her and watched quietly, not disturbing her. This world was dark and decaying. It was Fong Yuan's immortal aperture blessed land. Fong Yuan had deceived Mo Yao's will into his immortal aperture and suppressed it. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. She had left behind a deep mark in Central Continent's history. Her will was of great value. Even though Fong Yuan was framed by Mo Yao's will and almost died in Northern Plains, Fong Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. In fact, he admired and even praised her. If he was the one making the plan, he might not be able to do it better than Mo Yao's will. He had planned to interrogate Mo Yao, but Mo Yao's will was very cooperative. Towards Fong Yuan's refinement path questions, not only did she answer everything, she even made an analogy, which benefited Fong Yuan greatly. But when Fong Yuan asked about Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will made a request. I have been away from Central Continent for many years. I have been missing the people and things there. Please find me a mirror willow, so that I can relieve my longing for home. Mirror willow was an ordinary plant. It was the size of a normal willow tree, but its leaves were like mirrors. The leaves of this willow tree were the food of beggar moths. Earlier, during the Rockman trade, Fong Yuan had bought a batch of mirror willows from Crane Gate. They were now planted in Hu immortal blessed land. Thus, he randomly picked one and placed it in his immortal aperture. Back then, my main body and brother Bo Qing met for the first time under this mirror willow. The mortal world is turbulent. Romance is nothing. Mo Yao's will sighed. Then, she turned her head around. He looked at Fong Yuan's will and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my small request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you. It's just that the information I have is outdated. You have to pay attention to this." Fong Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood under the mirror willow and spoke, revealing a lot of inside information about Spirit Affinity House. As Fong Yuan listened, he compared it with his previous life's 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House deepened. Your immortal aperture is dead. The mirror willow would be eroded by the death chi in less than 3 days. Turned into a withered, rotten wood. It is a pity. After reporting Spirit Affinity House's information, Mo Yao sighed. But it was unknown whether the pity she was referring to was the mirror willow or Fong Yuan's immortal aperture. Come again next time. Would you please bring me a cup of Qingpu tea? This was Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It was not rare. Even though I can't taste the tea, I want to take another look. Mo Yao said. Fong Yuan's will snorted coldly. It seems like you have no self-awareness as a captive. You actually want this and that. Don't tell me you have other plans? Mo Yao's will smiled charmingly. Fong Yuan, you are too cautious. My scheme was exposed by you and I was tricked into being suppressed in your immortal aperture. I am already a fish on the chopping board, under your surveillance at all times. You can do whatever you want to me. Even if I have other plans. What can I do? However, let's not beat around the bush. Even though I failed completely, I cannot make a comeback. But if you use force, the things you obtain will be very incomplete. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is difficult. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, it would work, but your wisdom path foundation is practically non-existent. You can only buy goo worms randomly from the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and profound. You have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's will criticized Fong Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fong Yuan had a broad mind, he was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fong Yuan's will laughed heartily. You are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow. But thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea." Saying so, her will soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this will to fly up and reach Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan understood all the information this will had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult. This was normal. If not for this, wisdom path Gu masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path Gu masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed, no wonder she left her name in history. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through, she failed completely. She could not even self-destruct, she was imprisoned in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan and answered Fang Yuan's questions. She was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day, Fang Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured, or died in battle, Mo Yao's will would have a chance to escape. Mo Yao's will was not discouraged, she was still persevering. Fang Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now, Mo Yao's will cooperated with him, it was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound. There are very few Gu masters and Gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fang Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now, his purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom, he could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it. Because Mo Yao's will knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people, forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master, Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent a probing letter. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fang Yuan took the letter Gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fang Yuan to start trading Guts Gu, otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fang Yuan as a traitor of the sect and mobilize Gu immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Over a year ago, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted. Using the similarity between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing, they announced that Fang Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then, they would secretly deal with Fang Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fang Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is located on Tian-Ti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fang Yuan smiled, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunxing over." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Fang Yuan then smiled. Old Bai, Old bye. I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped. His expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to Gu Immortal, with just the three of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge crane gate. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Fang Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunxing stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Fang Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate, there is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do, then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunxing raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Fang Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Fang Yuan. What a good junior brother, you actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident, you clearly have a good plan. Ah, old Bai, your eyes are like a torch, I can't deceive you. Fang Yuan laughed and admitted it. What good method do you have, why don't you tell me? Fang Yuan said, I have already told you the whole story. Crane Gate treats me as their disciple because they are afraid of the other 9 sects interfering. This is their weakness. I can use this to break through. What should I do? Fang Yuan did not hide it from him. I have already decided to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House and establish a preliminary connection. Previously, Fang Yuan had asked Demo Yao for information on Spirit Affinity House because of this. Tai Bai Yunxing became worried. Establishing a connection now and relying on a letter, isn't it too late? Furthermore, the 10 great sects compete and cooperate with each other. Will Spirit Affinity House reject your letter and give it to Crane Gate to express goodwill? Chapter 661. Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and goo worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Fang Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 goo worm is actually so strong. And this is because I have not refined wisdom goo, I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Different from thinking about the situation or his own situation, there were many factors to consider in perfecting the Immortal Goo recipe. A set of similar goo refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types. Not to mention the combination of all kinds of goo worms. Precisely so, the willpower in Fang Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the Gruel Mud Goo recipe. But at this speed, if I completed alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. A dozen breaths of time compared to half a year, this showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in jewel yellow skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower. And mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed, unless I use the rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Fang Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy. It was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path mortal goo was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while, it finally came to a stop. A third of Fang Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use Delight in Water and Mountain Goo 3 times, my mind will be filled? No wonder the market of jewel yellow skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Fang Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms, to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome. It felt so good. It was as if there were no shackles and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was. The more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered, and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Fang Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fang Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short. It was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality, a full 10 minutes had passed. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The Gruel Mud Immortal Goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fang Yuan nodded, but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Dang Hun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fang Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu immortal blessed land. So, Fang Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fang Yuan had used wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fang Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen wisdom goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan goo from Fang Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited. He did not dare to get close to this legendary goo worm. Fang Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs, a pair of hands were placed on his dantian, a pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing, like a giant standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed, saying, "Mortal goo cannot be used. I tried using the wisdom path immortal goo Delight in Water and Mountain. It produced a happy river, and under the light of wisdom, the goo recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat, beaming with joy. He said, 1%. As expected of the rank 9 wisdom goo. That means, if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce one immortal goo recipe? With these immortal goo recipes, We can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then, we will have an endless supply of immortal yuan stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie, there are such benefits. These days, Tai Bai Yunxing had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Gu Immortal Realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Gu Master Cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Gu Immortal Cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture. But the aim did not change, that was to make the immortal aperture's small world more prosperous. Plant more plants in the immortal aperture, move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more Gu groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Gu Immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, not only did they sell Gu worms and Gu recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water, and so on. Seeing Tai Bai Yunxing's excited expression, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and familiarize yourself with the Gu Immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal Gu recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunxing was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Fang Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 immortal Gu recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the immortal Gu recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the immortal Gu Gruel Mud. I told you before, when I was selling the immortal Gu Gruel Mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the immortal Gu Gruel Mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing was not stupid, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years, or even decades, without any progress. But Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu. There was no difficulty in deducing the Gu recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Fang Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal Gu recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Fang Yuan to eliminate a large number of Gu refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the Gu recipe at the start. It would not even be 1%. Fang Yuan continued. I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads, you have 26 beads, and Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and Hu Immortal Land Spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal Gu to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, the most promising Gruel Mud Remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains Gu Immortals and Central Continent's Crane Gate all want to find trouble with us. If Wisdom Gu is discovered, I'm afraid all the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right, the investment is too large, and the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langya. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Langya for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langya thinks you are a wisdom path gu master and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the gu recipe. Fong Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. Aya, as expected, after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud gu recipe. The land spirit of Langya definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Langya, and know the method to enter Langya blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Langya. Tai Bai Yunsheng thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. Chapter 662. Old Bai, you are right, but I have no way of contacting the land spirit of Langya directly. Last time, I used 2 chances to obtain 2 immortal gu from that old man, land spirit of Langya, and was almost chased out by him. So I have no way of contacting him directly. Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? The joy on Tai Bai Yunsheng's face froze. The direct contact between 2 blessed lands was to use whole earth gu to connect the 2 places. Fong Yuan had used this method to trade the rockmen with Crane Gate. But Fong Yuan's relationship with the land spirit of Langya was not that good. Most importantly, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, while Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains. Even whole earth gu could not be used. To directly contact them, Stargate gu was the only way. Stargate gu was a pair of 2, but unfortunately, Fong Yuan only had 1 Stargate gu left. The other one had already been destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. It seems that we can only return to Northern Plains and personally see the land spirit of Langya before we can cooperate. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. No, there is another method that depends on luck. Fong Yuan muttered, that old land spirit loves to refine gu, but he cannot go out to search for gu refinement materials. Langya Blessed Land's terrain is monotonous and its production is limited, thus he would always go to Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase them. We can wait for him to come and stare at Jewel Yellow Skies, waiting for Langya Old Immortal's divine sense. Right, there is such a method. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes brightened. So, we will need to rely on Old Bai's help. Fong Yuan said naturally. No problem, leave it to me. I will go back now and activate Connecting Heaven Gu. Connect to Jewel Yellow Skies. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his chest. He could not wait any longer, and was brought back to his residence by the land spirit. He chose the western part of the Blessed Land. He built a small house. That was his temporary residence. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's terrain was very similar to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not feel uncomfortable staying here. Instead, he felt like it was a peaceful home. He had roamed Northern Plains for most of his life, but now he had finally found an organization and settled down. Therefore, he cherished this home very much. After sending Tai Bai Yunsheng away, Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of collaborating with the land spirit of Langya. In fact, he had asked Little Fox Fairy to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies a few days ago, waiting for Langya Old Immortal's spirit will. But there had been no harvest these past few days. What he was thinking about now was not the land spirit of Langya, but Tai Bai Yunsheng. The journey to Northern Plains was chaotic and hurried, and during these days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fong Yuan focused on Tai Bai Yunsheng. She had gotten to know him better. Tai Bai Yunsheng is indeed a good person. He had the ability, but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of a normal person, but more of it is the wisdom accumulated from his life's experience. He does not see the big picture. No wonder he was once the young tribe leader. After roaming for so many years, he has both fame and strength. But he is still unable to establish a force. Fong Yuan evaluated in his mind. It was best for such a person to follow him. If he could not be left alone, his leadership ability would be worrisome. Because his personality and ideals were not compatible, if he was too far away, not only would he not be able to cooperate with him, he might even ruin things. These days, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had been interacting day and night. Their relationship had progressed. During several conversations, Fang Yuan told him about his experiences in his rebirth, only adding a non-existent Zishan Makoto. And Tai Bai Yunxing also told Fang Yuan about his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind and called Tai Bai Yunxing over to discuss matters. It might seem like a waste of time, but it was Fang Yuan's way of managing his subordinates. Firstly, it was to observe Tai Bai Yunxing's talent and heart, to find out that his concern was sincere and came from his heart. Secondly, it was to tell him about his current predicament, to increase his sense of belonging and responsibility. Thirdly, it was to suppress Tai Bai Yunxing invisibly. Basically, the outcome of every decision was Fang Yuan's method, overruling Tai Bai Yunxing's plan. As this happened many times, Tai Bai Yunxing gradually became reliant on Fang Yuan, attaching importance to Fang Yuan's opinions and subconsciously denying his own ideas. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could make a decision with a single sentence. There would not be a situation where both sides had conflicting opinions and caused problems. Fang Yuan was not He Lulan. He Lulan had rank 6 slavery gu that could enslave gu immortals. But Fang Yuan did not have it. But Tai Bai Yunxing was not Bai Ning Bing, nor was he He Lulan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed that even without slavery gu, he could still subdue Tai Bai Yunxing and squeeze out all of his value for his own use. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central continent, Feihe Mountain. The sea of clouds was vast, thousands of cranes were dancing in the sky. The mountains were verdant, the wind was blowing the pine trees. Fang Zheng sat on the cliff, concentrating on the thousands of flying cranes, changing their formation according to his will. Sometimes they would dive down, sometimes they would split into 2 groups, and sometimes they would form a circular formation to defend. Strong winds blew his long hair, his bright eyes shone with a resolute light. Hardships make people grow. To Fang Zheng, the Hu Immortal Blessed Land contest over a year ago was no doubt a huge setback. After being consoled, he walked out of his predicament and put in even more effort, cultivating almost every day with his life on the line. At this time, a voice came from Fang Zheng's aperture. Good. You have already reached the stage of controlling the flying cranes at will, and the formation will change according to your will. Now, you can return to the sect to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test, and charge for the B-grade evaluation. You have 60% chance of success, and after you succeed, you will obtain the test reward, a rank 5 whole jade flute gu. Once you have this gu, you can command the crane group, and you will reach the quasi-master level of enslavement path. The source of this voice came from a spirit incubating flea in Fang Zheng's aperture. Fang Zheng's master, Master Tenchuru's soul, was residing in this gu worm. Rank 5 whole jade flute gu. His eyes brightened and excitement was written all over his face. Yes, master, I will go now. Fang Zheng stood up, and with a thought, a huge iron beak flying crane king flew in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the back of a crane king with a relaxed movement. The crane king let out a long cry and was filled with high spirits. Fang Zheng sat on the crane king's back. The group of cranes coiled around him, forming a field of snow white with wind and clouds. He flew towards the Crane Gate Sect's encampment. In a short while, he flew to the White Jade Plaza D. The iron beak flying cranes landed on the plaza, and the moment Fang Zheng's feet landed on the ground, a Crane Gate disciple quickly walked over and greeted him, Senior Brother Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng nodded. Junior Brother, I am here to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior Brother Fang Zheng, please follow me. The Crane Gate disciple led the way. Look, it's Senior Brother Fang Zheng. He is the #1 elite disciple in our batch. Did you hear that? Senior Brother Fang Zheng is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior Brother Fang Zheng is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the quasi-master level of enslavement path, so impressive, on the way. The whispers of the passers-by entered Fang Zheng's ears. Fang Zheng heard them and could not help but smile. He was already fully grown now, and his body was tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and clear. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was high, and he was full of vitality. He wore a green and white robe and looked cultured and refined, making people feel comfortable just by looking at him. Even though senior brother Fangjing is strong, his brother is even stronger. He is a super genius who obtained Hu immortal blessed land. That's right, according to a reliable source. His brother, Fang Yuan, is a legacy disciple secretly nurtured by a supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House almost obtained Hu immortal blessed land, Supreme Elder had no choice but to send senior brother Fang Yuan, and sure enough, he shocked the world with a single feat and obtained Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Zheng has a good brother. The Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I am sure that Fang Jing used Guts Gu. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how could he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in just a year? Moreover, his progress in enslavement path is godly. He is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. These people's tone was sour and bitter. Fang Jing's smile disappeared when he heard this, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly clenched. Brother. A trace of darkness flashed past Fang Jing's eyes. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Hu immortal blessed land in an unbelievable manner, Crane Gate announced that Fang Yuan was a disciple of Crane Gate. In this 1 year, Fang Zheng felt like he was living in the past, being suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter how good his results were or how much progress he made, others would only praise him slightly before mentioning the even more outstanding Gue and Fang Yuan. Calm down, my disciple. Master Tenchiru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchiru's experience was much richer than Fang Jing's. These years of living together, he had a deep understanding of Fang Jing. He consoled Fang Jing. These years, I have seen your hard work. You are not inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are already a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-master in enslavement path. Your brother is probably not your match now. And not long later, Fang Yuan will perish. For this plan, the sect will send out 3 supreme elders to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. Your brother has no hope of survival. 3 supreme elders. That means 3 Gu immortal battle strength. Fang Jing's eyes brightened. He licked his lips, but his gaze soon dimmed. Master Tenchiru knew what he was thinking. He laughed. Fang Jing, don't feel any guilt. Your brother has already gone astray. He is walking on the demonic path. He actually killed his entire clan. This is the behavior of a beast that is worse than pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan is a true demon. You cannot have any sympathy for him. Killing him is for the benefit of the people of the world. Think about it. If he is alive, who knows how many more innocent people he will harm. Indeed, brother's hands are stained with blood. He is a butcher. An executioner. I want to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Shen Chui heir. Fang Jing shouted in his mind, encouraging himself. Yes, just like that. Master Tenchiru was very satisfied with Fang Jing's attitude. Think about these years. Your training in Fu Hu blessed land was so difficult and dangerous. 1 year in the outside world is 8 years in Fu Hu blessed land. You became a rank 5 Gu master. You suffered so much. Wasn't it for the great plan to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land? Don't screw up. You cannot make a mistake at this crucial moment and disappoint everyone. Chapter 663. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Fang Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by mortal Gu was limited. It could not compare to wisdom path immortal Gu. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the crane gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times and had gained some experience. Wisdom Gu and Sure Fa were different. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, giving Gu masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Fang Yuan had just failed to deduce the Crane Gates plot against Who Immortal Blessed Land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, the deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered, and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to, and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal goo recipes, there were too many factors to consider and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a goo master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the goo master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer without the goo master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a goo master used wisdom goo, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth, deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer, but he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Fang Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. To goo masters. For questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it. Even if he followed the natural imitation. Ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even the brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation according to one's own reality, layer by layer. However, in Wisdom Path, there were also immortal goo that could allow the goo immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret goo. Goo masters did not need thoughts to collide, they did not need to deduce, they could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, but after his death, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Fang Yuan thought of Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Goo worms only had one effect. Even rank 9 Wisdom Goo was no exception. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the greater its power. If the wisdom goo was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But no matter how strong it was, it could not reach the effect of heavenly secret goo. It is rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 goo master who can follow heaven's will the most. Heavenly secret goo was created by him to sense heaven and earth. It was also the result of his attempts to imitate nature. If I had heavenly secret goo, I would be able to form an incredible combination with wisdom goo. If someone uses heavenly secret goo to test me, all of my secrets will be exposed. Heavenly secret goo allowed the goo master to ask heaven and earth directly. As long as it happened in the world, there was nothing the world didn't know. As the saying goes, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. As for the other wisdom path goo worms, Fang Yuan had no worries for now. Because the winds of assimilation assimilated everything, all traces of Fang Yuan's crimes in Imperial Court Blessed Land were wiped clean. Without heavenly secret goo, wisdom path goo masters would have to make deductions step by step. They would need to gather evidence. The more evidence, the better. They were unable to obtain crucial evidence from Imperial Court Blessed Land, so they could only start from the battle for Imperial Court. In this way, it was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity, but the probability was small and it would take a lot of time. Northern Plains, Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view, the Blessed Land was filled with deep pools of all sizes, green and green, there were tens of thousands of them. With Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal Tong Zu at the lead, close to 10 Northern Plains righteous path Gu immortals descended from the sky. Your tribe's jade pool blessed land is truly unique and fresh. These countless jade pools are like the stars in the sky, they are beautiful beyond compare. A female Gu immortal was walking in the sky as she spoke with emotion. Her long hair was like a cloak, it was 20 to 30 feet long, it was very eye-catching. These jade pools have different water qualities, they nurture countless water tribes. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water plants are famous in jewel yellow skies. A male Gu immortal had a third eye on his forehead, it was shining with a strange light as he looked at the jade pool. Lady Murong Qingxi and Guanshin Zhao are too kind. My tribe's jade pool blessed land has only been in operation for over 6,000 years. It cannot compare to Murong tribe's Yinyang blessed land, and cannot compare to Guan tribe's 10 desolation blessed land. The Gu immortal in front, Dongfang Yikong, smiled calmly as he spoke in the humble tone of Dongfang tribe. Jade Pool blessed land was the headquarters of a superforce, Huangjin tribe, Dongfang tribe. The group of Gu immortals landed on the ground. This was an unremarkable place among the countless jade pools. Beside the jade pool, there was a small thatched hut. In front of the thatched hut, an old man was fishing by the side of the pool. This is an underworld eel. Guan Shenzhao's third eye on his forehead looked around. He muttered as he saw the scene in the deep pool. When the rest of the people heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Sir Dongfang, we have not met for over 10 years. Back then, we charged into Snowy Mountain together and fought side by side. Time passed in a flash. Everyone stood still. The Gu immortal with the highest cultivation level, Tong Zu, was the first to speak. Lord Tong Zu, you are still as elegant as before. But I am on the verge of death, I dare not compare to you. The old fisherman slowly stood up. He was Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. Dongfang Yikong stood beside Changfan. The latter said, "Today, Dongfang tribe is honored by your presence. It is our honor to have so many esteemed guests here. Everyone, please come in." Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the thatched hut. The thatched hut was spacious. There was a plaza and a hall. In the plaza, there were 16 stone statues. They were arranged in an orderly yet disorderly manner. Their expressions were subtle, as if they contained some kind of mystical rule. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house. Modest thatched hut? It is truly extraordinary. Someone immediately praised. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the discussion hall. They sat down one by one. Northern Plains righteous path Gu immortals and representatives of various forces gathered here. Dongfang Naganori sat on the main seat. He looked at everyone and smiled. This time, I invited everyone here because I want to make a transaction with you. Guan Shenzhao and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. It was still Tong Zu who replied. Mr. Dongfang has not made deductions for others for decades. But in the letter, he said that he can make an exception for us and deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyang Building, or other aspects. I wonder what we need to pay for this transaction? Dongfang Naganori coughed and sighed. My lifespan is coming to an end. I know there is no hope of prolonging it. But before I leave, I have some worries. One is for the great cause of the tribe, the second is for my descendants. I hope to make a transaction with everyone. I will make a deduction for each of your tribes. After I die, I hope everyone can form an alliance with my Dongfang tribe. Alliance? Yes, I have already roughly prepared the detailed alliance agreement. Everyone can take a look. If you have any objections, you can change it on the spot. Dongfang Naganori took out 2 East Window Gu and handed them to the Gu immortals. The Gu immortals looked through it one after another. The conditions for forming an alliance were very relaxed. Dongfang Naganori did not even request for allies to help each other. He only requested that after he died, Dongfang tribe would be at peace for 50 years. During this period, all forces could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu immortals could not help but feel excited. Dongfang Naganori was the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. There was no one more likely than him to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Yang Building. When Gu immortals cultivate, who would not encounter some cultivation problems or Gu immortal remnant recipes that needed to be deduced? With Dongfang Naganori's help, these problems could be resolved. Most importantly, after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed and 88-point Xinyang Tower collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought to all parts of Northern Plains by formless fists. Immortal Gu auras appeared in many places, causing Gu immortals to fight over them. At this time, as long as Dongfang Naganori deduced the location of the immortal Gu, he could very likely obtain it. While everyone was moved, they could not help but praise Dongfang Naganori's shrewdness. If this was during normal times, Dongfang Naganori's price would be too little. But now, one deduction chance could very likely represent an immortal Gu. This made the Gu immortals extremely moved. Alright, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe agrees to your conditions. Tong Zhu was the first to speak, followed by He tribe and Murong tribe's representatives. This situation was not out of Dongfang Naganori's expectations. His smile became even wider. In that case, Fairy Li Shan, please make a move. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was shocked, they saw a rank 6 female Gu immortal walk out from the back hall, appearing in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, how have you been? Someone immediately greeted her. Another Gu immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang made ample preparations indeed, even Fairy Li Shan came. But this Jade Pool blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers, how can we make an oath? At this time, Gu immortal Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all along, spoke. Everyone, don't worry, look here. Saying so, he opened his palm. There was a flash of light in his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Don't tell me this is minuscule mountain? Murong Qingxi stared with wide eyes. She was the first to react and shouted in disbelief. Dongfang Yikong smiled modestly, but the pride in his bones could not be concealed. Chapter 664. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom was dim and uncertain. Fang Yuan was inside, standing silently. Only when the will in his mind was exhausted did he open his eyes and leave the light of wisdom. His deductions just now had some results. But Fang Yuan's heart was heavy because of this. To seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, I need over 6,000 mortal Gu, among which almost half are rank 5 Gu, as well as 2,000 rare Gu, and over 800 ancient Gu. Some of these ancient Gu are on the verge of extinction, and some might already be extinct. My initial estimation is that if I really use this method, I will need about 23 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan was extremely poor. 23 immortal Yuan stones was an unattainable number for the current him. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster, the pressure on the first aperture was getting increasingly severe. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into a zombie body, and his first aperture had become a dead aperture, thus he could last until now. If it was the previous aperture, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I still have over 2 months to plan. If I exceed this time limit, even the first dead aperture will be destroyed. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. He was currently a living dead person. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing his first aperture would undoubtedly greatly affect his future cultivation potential. This was an immeasurable and disastrous loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. To earn 23 immortal Yuan stones in a short period of time, the only way was to sell immortal Gu recipes. After returning to Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan summoned Tai Bai Yunxing. These days, I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, almost without sleep. But Land Spirit of Langya's divine sense has never appeared. Tai Bai Yunxing's answer disappointed Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya used divine sense Gu, and called himself Langya Old Immortal, in jewel yellow skies, and was quite active and experienced in jewel yellow skies. However, he had yet to show his face, and it seemed like there was no news about him at all. Fang Yuan keenly sensed that there might be a problem with the land spirit of Langya. He recalled that in his previous life, Langya Blessed Land had suffered 7 waves of attacks. When I was in Northern Plains, there were already 2 waves of enemies attacking Langya Blessed Land. Don't tell me the 3rd wave of attacks has already occurred, causing the land spirit of Langya to have no time to refine Gu and is tired of dealing with them? In this regard, the memories from his previous life could not help Fang Yuan. He only remembered that there were 7 waves of attacks, but he did not remember the exact time when these 7 waves of attacks took place. Even if he remembered the exact time, this world had already been greatly affected and changed by him. Perhaps after layers upon layers of influence, the attack would be brought forward. My horizons have been broadened these past few days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half a piece of immortal yuan stone. A caddy of hurricane mountain pepper was sold for 1 immortal yuan stone. What the hell was a divine pearl necklace? To think that 10 of them could be sold for half an immortal yuan stone. And that threaded white thread iron is even more exaggerated. It is only the size of a pinky finger, but it actually costs 3 immortal yuan stone. Oh heavens, I have completely discovered that I am truly a pauper. Tai Bai Yunsheng talked about his gains these past few days. He chattered endlessly and sighed deeply. These days, Fang Yuan had been interacting with him day and night, and found that he was gradually revealing a shortcoming. That was, he was too talkative and chattered endlessly. Fang Yuan handed him a letter. Gu, interrupting his chatter. This is a letter from Crane Gate. Take a look. Tai Bai Yunsheng focused his attention, his brows furrowed into a knot. Crane Gate sent another letter, this time with an even harsher and fiercer tone. Their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land was very clear. Crane Gate even used the tone of a victor, arrogantly asking Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys, it seems they have gone crazy thinking about Dang Hun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least try to calm you down and secretly carry out my attack. Aren't they afraid that we will be on guard against them? Tai Bai Yunsheng said with an unhappy expression. This is the strength and confidence of Crane Gate. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They have incomparably deep foundations and have already been standing on Fei He Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than this, I think they are also trying to force me and probe my background. Fang Yuan analyzed. That's right. Crane Gate is even stronger than any of the super forces in Northern Plains. We are alone, while they are a colossus that is becoming more and more aggressive. In front of them, it will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng considered his words, carefully looking at Fang Yuan. He already had the intention to retreat, to give up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and leave, but he did not say it clearly. Fang Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing Gu master. He had a benevolent personality but could also be said to be weak. He seriously lacked the will to fight back. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to blame Tai Bai Yunsheng. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of retreating and giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the benefits that Dang Hun Mountain represented were too great. Crane Gate and the other super forces would definitely want it. But that was only when they had no other choice. As long as there was hope, as long as there were benefits, Fang Yuan would not give up easily. Thus, Fang Yuan consoled Tai Bai Yunsheng. Crane Gate might be one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a super force and colossus, but they also have their own problems. How many methods can they spare to deal with us? I can guarantee it is not as exaggerated as you think, especially when they greatly underestimate our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Crane Gate also had their own difficulties. In today's Central Continent, new sects emerged one after another, constantly bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important and the most essential cultivation resources in Central Continent. Naturally, they had to withstand the impact of new forces from all directions. In history, Immortal Crane sect had been at its peak a few times, but now, it was clearly far from its peak. Crane Gate had not expanded for many years. This meant that they also had their own shackles. Since Junior Brother insists on fighting a tough battle with Crane Gate, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation is, I will support you until the last moment. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, don't worry, Gue Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn person. If things go south, I will definitely take the initiative to retreat. It might not be difficult to defeat Crane Gate's first wave of attack. But the key difficulty is not here. Crane Gate has a lot of assets. If we defeat them, they will attack again soon. The more times this happens, the stronger Crane Gate's attacks will be, and they will pay more attention to us. To solve this problem, we need to rely on the general situation. We need to form alliances and borrow the strength of the other ancient sections. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded repeatedly. He agreed with Fang Yuan's words. However, Junior Brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but they have yet to reply. Did our letter Gu get intercepted by Crane Gate? Should we send a few more letters? Fang Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he used to contact Spirit Affinity House was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending Greenbird Gu created by Feng Jioge. Back then, Fang Yuan defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Kim Hong was indignant. He sent a challenge letter using this letter sending Greenbird Gu. But Fang Yuan did not reply to the challenge. He directly detained this letter Gu. He had once guessed that the owner of this letter Gu was likely to be Feng Jioge. Because back then, Feng Kim Huang's cultivation had not even reached rank 5. Other than Feng Jioge, there was also his wife, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. No matter who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fang Yuan. The original intention was for Fang Yuan to reply to the challenge letter. This time, Fang Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan was originally very confident in this letter. But Spirit Affinity House did not reply for a long time. Fang Yuan could not be too confident. According to common sense, letter sending Greenbird Gu was created by Feng Jioge. To a certain extent, it represented this expert's will and face. The possibility of offending his dignity and intercepting the Greenbird Gu was not high. But this possibility could not be ruled out. Thus, Fang Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunsheng's suggestion. All right, let's wait for another 7 days. If we don't get a response, we will send another letter. Days passed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. Strong enemies were approaching from the outside, while cultivation resources were severely lacking. Even though there were ways to use zombie bodies and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell immortal Gu recipes, regrettably, Fang Yuan did not have the capital to start with. He could only put it aside for the time being. Land Spirit of Langya and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break out of this predicament. But unfortunately, there was no news of these two keys. He did not know when he could obtain them, or if he could not obtain them in his entire life. The difficulties of fate, the unknown road ahead, the perplexity, shrouded Fang Yuan once again. It seems my luck is still not that good. Fang Yuan mocked himself. There was no helping it with spring-autumn cicada. His luck was getting worse and worse. He tried to ask Mo Yao about an immortal Gu remnant recipe that was slightly more complete, but Mo Yao said she did not know. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle of Northern Plains. She knew that Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, thus it was not hard to guess Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was very likely to know an immortal Gu remnant recipe that fit Fang Yuan's criteria. But if she did not say it, Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods. He could not do anything to her. Under such a situation, He Lulan suddenly arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan had lost a Stargate Gu. He could not return to Northern Plains by himself. He Lulan was able to arrive at Dang Hun Mountain using fixed immortal travel. As for why she knew about the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent her a will of his own accord. This was the agreed plan, but Fang Yuan was still surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month until the agreed time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tone was deep, revealing a trace of anxiety. To be able to make this ambitious person anxious, It seemed the situation in Northern Plains was not optimistic. But soon she realized something was wrong. She restrained her emotions and sneered with her arms crossed. Of course, I have another goal. I want to catch you off guard. After all, this should be your headquarters. If you set a trap for me, I might be able to disrupt your plans by coming here in advance. Chapter 665. Hearing Fang Yuan say, "Not enough," He Lulan snorted in displeasure. "Fang Yuan, you are not clear about Northern Plains' situation. Let me tell you, not long ago, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, invited all the super forces to make deductions for them. The condition was to form an alliance with Dongfang tribe and not target or suppress Dongfang tribe for 50 years after his death." Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There was such a thing? Then what did he deduce? It is said that Dongfang Naganori made a deduction for each clan, involving Gu recipes, immortal Gu's location, methods to kill desolate beasts and so on. He had already deduced many things about you. I am not clear about the details. But now, everyone knows you are not a Northern Plains Gu master. But there are also Northern Plains Gu masters around you who are in cahoots with you. He Lulan answered. Tai Bai Yunxing's pupils shrunk, he said with some palpitation. He actually deduced so much information? As expected of Dongfang Naganori. He Lulan laughed coldly, continuing, "Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together. If I die, there's no guarantee that I won't betray you and Tai Bai Yunxing. Also, is wisdom Gu in your hands?" Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He wanted to deny it, but stopped the impulse. Fang Yuan smiled calmly. "How can that be? Wisdom Gu was destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. How could I bring it here?" Tai Bai Yunxing praised inwardly. Fang Yuan's lying skill was truly amazing. His tone and expression were flawless, filled with regret and other emotions, as if he had really lost Wisdom Gu. He Lulan could not see any flaws. But at the next moment, she squinted and said in a rascally tone, "I don't care if you really lost Wisdom Gu, I only know that Wisdom Gu might be forced to survive. And I took the initiative to seek refuge with you. Hee, don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must have known what I mean. It's not safe for you to hide in Zhongzhou State. Regardless of whether the Wisdom Gu is really in your hands, as long as I leak the news of you possessing the Wisdom Gu, it will be useless even if you hide to the ends of the earth. All the Gu immortals in the world will chase after you crazily until they find out the truth." "Are you threatening me?" Fang Yuan's face turned cold as he slowly stood up. "He Lulan, you've got guts. Do you know that you are now in Danghun Mountain? As long as we give the order, the land spirit will completely activate Danghun Mountain. You can just die here." Tai Bai Yunxing shouted sternly. However, He Lulan threw her head back and laughed without fear. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, what can it do to me? Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as I don't go back for 3 days. At that time, the whole of Northern Plains will know about you too. You will be the culprit behind the collapse of Northern Plains' True Yang building. Moreover, you will tell the whole world that Wisdom Gu is in your hands." Tai Bai Yunxing's expression froze. He Lulan had indeed come prepared. This move just happened to hit his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's gloomy words stopped He Lulan's laughter. "He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death. But have you forgotten about your deep hatred?" He Lulan's expression changed and her aura fell. Her gaze was like lightning as she looked at Fang Yuan. "State your conditions. First, you have to agree to the first condition. That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner and return it to me." Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. "Secondly, after we work together, during the process of your revenge, we will split the spoils of war between you and me. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing and I are 2 Gu immortals." He Lulan snorted coldly. "You think only you have helpers and I don't? But forget it, I will agree to this." People often say, "Young master, you must repay kindness with a gushing spring." I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master is taking revenge on Sioux tribe. This is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master can be merciful and leave behind a Sioux tribe bloodline. He Cheng was greatly moved, tightly grabbing Su Xian-er's hand. He swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea, He Cheng. Am not a heartless person, how can I not repay you? From today onwards, you are my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down." From then on, the two became husband and wife. They were close friends. 100 years later, both of them became Gu immortals, becoming a legend in northern plains. But what the public did not know was, not long after Sioux tribe, their clan was exterminated. He Cheng had many wives and children. Su Xian-er was not the first, nor would she be the last. He Cheng and Su Xian-er gave birth to a daughter, who took her father's surname. She was named Lulan. A few years later, Su Xian-er died. He Cheng was extremely sad. He announced to the public, his beloved wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan. She was gravely ill and her strength was greatly reduced. Thus she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. He obtained the Yin-Yang life extension method in true inheritance secluded domain. It was kept a secret. For his own selfish desires, he had ulterior motives. He deceived my mother. My mother did not know the inside story. She trusted him and cooperated with him, but in the end, almost all of her lifespan was mercilessly taken away by him. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. He was still a righteous path Gu immortal. He annexed my mother's aperture, taking away all the Gu worms she had accumulated in her life. He was a coward, a despicable and dirty person. In order to live longer, he actually killed the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she finally saw his true colors. She told me to be careful of him. Sure enough, my mother was right. Something seemed to have gone wrong in his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was being consumed rapidly. He was facing the danger of his lifespan running out again. This time he's targeting me. I have the great strength true martial physique. Once I become a Gu immortal, I will have a deep foundation. If he used the Yin-Yang life extension method on me, he would waste even less lifespan and obtain even more. He Lulan revealed the dark inside story one by one, his calm tone revealing a bone-piercing hatred. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord He Cheng was actually such a person, it is truly disappointing. He was previously a Gu immortal seed with hopes of becoming an immortal. He tribe's Gu immortal He Bai had secretly contacted him, and had even expressed the intention of recruiting him. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing had always had a good impression of He tribe. He Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. The so-called righteous path has many people who are righteous on the surface, but are ugly and dirty in the dark. In contrast, the demonic path has countless people with true emotions. He Lulan sneered. Speaking of which, no wonder when the wind veil of assimilation was split open, you did not respond when He Cheng called your name. Fang Yuan nodded. Looking at He Lulan again, he had a different feeling. He Lulan was born in a noble family, but this was a tragedy. Her father assassinated her mother, and now wanted to deal with her and take away her lifespan. She didn't have a warm family, and she was forced to disguise herself after many years of life-threatening crisis. She secretly worked hard and swore to avenge her mother. This was probably the main reason for her ambitious and ruthless nature. Without cause, there would be no effect, and with effect, there would be a cause. There was an old saying, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with ambitious and ruthless characters. Actually, it was not that heroes and ruthless characters often met with difficulties, but rather, the difficulties created them. From this aspect, heroes and ruthless characters were people with many difficulties in life. They encountered much more pain than ordinary people. And it was because of this pain that they learned and shaped them. Living happily, being a completely upright person, being open and above board, without any troubles, while obtaining countless achievements, winning fame and praise. Were there really such examples in reality? Fang Yuan thought back to Earth, to his previous life of 500 years, and sneered. But for those with achievements, there would be sacrifices. Those who were in high positions often had to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there were weirdos, lucky ones, and those who relied on their elders to hide, but how long could they last, and how many of them could there be? Speaking of which, when Renzu walked on his own path of life, his vision changed greatly. It was all darkness. He took the first step. The next moment he stepped into the mud. He lifted his foot and wiped it with his hand. It was all mud. It was extremely smelly. He hesitated. Chapter 666. Outside the window, it was snowing quietly. In the quiet room, the fragrance of tea pervaded the air. Beside the vermilion window frame, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a brocade leather skirt unique to Northern Plains women. There were purple-red flower buds embroidered on the leather skirt. The edges were shining with silver light. She wore a sapphire blue ribbon on her head. At the center of the ribbon was a pure white pearl. Her eyelids were lowered, her eyelashes were thick, she breathed softly, her hands were as white as snow, her movements were light and slow. She was concentrating on brewing tea. The quiet room was not big, there was only her. But on the tea table, there were cups for 4 people. Suddenly, a dense jade light appeared in the quiet room. After the light dissipated, an old man's figure was revealed. The old man was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow, his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. They were warm and firm, containing the wisdom of life accumulated over time. Seeing the old man, the woman brewing tea raised her head, smiling with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunsheng." The old man was Tai Bai Yunsheng. He quickly looked around before bowing to the woman. "Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan." The woman smiled and nodded. She was an influential person among Northern Plains Gu immortals, a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She was young and beautiful, but her actual age was much older than Tai Bai Yunsheng. After Tai Bai Yunsheng confirmed the surroundings were safe, he opened his immortal aperture. 2 figures jumped out. One turned into He Lulan, the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie, 6 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. It was Gue Fong Yuan. "Little Aunt, I am back." He Lulan sat beside Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of intimacy. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan warmly, sighing. Next, her gaze turned to Fong and Bai. "My relationship with Little Lan has always been kept a secret. Outsiders do not even know we know each other. Today, she exposed it. It shows she is sincere in cooperating with the 2 guests. Especially you, Fong Yuan. Xiaolan has mentioned you to me many times in the past few days. You've done a great thing. You actually collapsed the 88-point Xinyang Tower." Fong Yuan laughed. Using the hoarse voice unique to zombies, he said, "Fairy, you flatter me. It's not my wish that things have come to this. Tell the truth. I've always had my doubts about He Lulan's proposal. But I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with He Lulan. That is for the best. With Fairy's immortal Gu Mountain pledge, I will not be able to do anything. Only then will our alliance be secure." Not long ago, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan revealed the secret of her revenge. After that, she told Fong Yuan about her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fong Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. He Lulan had been under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal He Cheng. She could not have gotten to where she was with her own efforts. Other than her own hard work, there had to be external help. "Please take a seat. This is the freshly brewed snow oil tea." Fairy Li Shan gestured for Fong and Bai to sit down. Fong Yuan waved his hand, rejecting. "Let's establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink it after the tea." Junior Fong is really decisive. Fairy Li Shan praised, before summoning an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu. It was a dada worm. It was thick and sturdy, bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was made of gray stone. There was a pair of huge pincers on its head. Its back was not smooth. It was like a craggy mountain wall. There were moss-like markings on the joints of its limbs. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time. This is a rank 6 information path immortal goo. It is as famous as sea vow goo. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, the vow cannot be violated. Junior Fong, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow? Fong Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely. What place can be better than this mountain? Tai Bai Yunxing did not understand. He asked in confusion, what mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Snowy Mountain? I have heard of it somewhere. Wait, is this the base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals? Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? Hey Lulan snorted coldly. Fong Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Bai Yunxing. There is a difference between mortals and immortals. Old Bai, you have just advanced. You have only heard some information about Northern Plains Gu Immortal World from me. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's third peak. You can call her third leader. Third leader. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fairy Li Shan. He had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu Immortal. Moreover, she was the third leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base. Cough cough cough. Dongfang Naganori was lying on the bed, coughing non-stop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. Lord. A handsome young man stood beside the bed. He had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yuliang. No need to be sad, Liang heir, cough, death, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven. Dongfang Naganori said this. He gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing, your talent is better than mine. In the entire tribe, you are the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I, Dongfang Naganori, am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor. He, Dongfang Yuliang, lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qinyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this, he was favored by Dongfang Naganori. Not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest. He was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe. It was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally, he spoke with a soft voice. Give me your hand. Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it. Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red. He felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern, although Dongfang tribe and the other righteous path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor, you must be careful. Once this gu is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you, my experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety, there is no need to rush. In the tribe, there are demonic path spies. Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish, the redness on his face faded and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. Lord! Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears. He could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights. And all the Northern Plains forces, as well as the righteous and demonic path Gu immortals, who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. They only had the name of a superforce, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a Gu immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances. He made strong friends and killed weak neighbors. He even schemed to make enemies fight against each other, finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains Gu immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When Wisdom Path Gu immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move. They could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous, one after another. Those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp. Even if they realized it, they would not be able to free themselves. The Gu immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori. They secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of Lifespan Gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder Lifespan Gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly, Crescent Lake's ripples sparkled, dragonfish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow. This was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Fang Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortals' arrangements. The blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus Northern Plains disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and True Yang Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow, there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved together. On the way, they saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now, large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Fang Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulun. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Fang Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel and used this immortal Gu to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Fang Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the purple stone forest. It was all thanks to Tai Bai Yunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Chapter 667. Found it. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He stopped in front of a purple stone pillar. Tai Bai Yunxing looked towards the direction of the voice, seeing that this crucial stone pillar was very ordinary. Only at the base of the stone pillar, there was a stone that was smooth like a stool. It looked quite special. It is here. Fang Yuan stretched out his thick monstrous hand, sweeping away the snow on the stone stool, confirming again. After Tai Bai Yunxing entered his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sat on the stone stool and used a Gu worm to cut his arm, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. His blood was no longer red like a normal person. It was jade green. It had no temperature. It was very cold. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had secretly used a mysterious Gu worm on the purple stone pillar. It quickly absorbed all of the jade green zombie blood. Ma Hongyun's figure flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan was the one who stole it. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were brought out of the wind curtain of assimilation with the luck path true inheritance. They were fought over by Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. It was a chaotic scene back then. Right now, there was no news of them, They were definitely captured by a Gu immortal. Whether they could escape or what happened to them, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun's situation was much worse now. It could be seen that even luck that rivaled the heavens was not omnipotent. Luck could only provide opportunities. Whether one could make use of it or resist it depended on the Gu master's strength and methods. Right now, Ma Hongyun was still being searched crazily. It was unknown which Gu immortal had hidden them. The temptation of the luck path true inheritance was especially great for Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was extremely huge. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of weakening one's luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to make up for this weakness, that would be for the best. Ever since rebirth, I have suffered enough from bad luck. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun guilty of having a treasure, most importantly, in this trip to Northern Plains, Ma Hongyun was a witness. He was likely to expose Fang Yuan. Therefore, Ma Hongyun was also killed by He Lulun. Killing Ma Hongyun was already part of the Snow Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Fang Yuan was not the same as before. He directly entered the quiet room in the Cloud Pavilion. Langya Blessed Land's terrain was unique. It was a vast expanse of white cloud soil. The 12 pavilions were separated from each other. They stood on the cloud soil and were called the 12 Cloud Pavilions. However, what Fang Yuan saw was a messy scene. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. Some of the holes were filled with ice. Some of the pits were still emitting black smoke. Tai Bai Yunsheng came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Seeing this scene, he immediately blurted out, "There was a huge battle here not long ago. Looks like the land spirit of Langya is really in trouble." Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 12 cloud pavilions in the distance. These 12 pavilions each had their own unique characteristics. Some were surrounded by red-crowned cranes, some were inhabited by winged people, and some were filled with colorful clouds. Some were filled with sandalwood fragrance. But now, of these 12 cloud pavilions, 8 were intact. The remaining 3 had been heavily damaged by the attacks. The richly ornamented pavilions had turned into rubble. What's going on? We have already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. Why has the land spirit not appeared? Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned, feeling even more alert. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Yuan said. The two flew over, getting closer to the 12 cloud pavilions. He Lulan spoke of He Cheng's worries. Although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu was only used for offense. He Cheng lacked capturing methods. If he forced her too much, and He Lulan really self-detonated, he would not be able to stop her. Most importantly, this matter of harming his own daughter could not be exposed, it could not be spread, he could only act in secret. Otherwise, with He Cheng's influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he would be able to gather 5 to 6 Gu immortals. But now, he only brought one person, Xuesong Zi. And Xuesong Zi was a demonic path Gu immortal from Snowy Mountain. He always placed benefits above everything else. He could not be trusted. Although they seemed to be allies, He Cheng had always been on guard against him. Earlier, when He Lulan exposed the secret, after Xuesong Zi got hold of He Cheng's weakness, he thought about it and did not make it public. If He Cheng's reputation was tarnished, He tribe's Gu immortals would be able to suppress Xuesong Zi. But if he used it to threaten He Cheng, Xuesong Zi could obtain even greater benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xuesong Zi found He Cheng alone and used this secret to threaten him. He Cheng was shocked at that time. The secret he had kept for so many years was exposed, he almost lost his composure. But he was worthy of being an old and crafty person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to agree to a portion of Xuesong Zi's threats. Afterwards, He Cheng persuaded Xuesong Zi to cooperate, and promised him that as long as his plan succeeded, he would give him even more rewards. Xuesong Zi demanded an exorbitant price, saying that he was very interested in the Yin-Yang life extension method. Although Xuesong Zi was only middle-aged and had lifespan Gu, which Gu immortal would not covet a lifespan extension method. He Cheng was helpless and furious, but he could only pretend to agree. Thus, He Cheng and Xuesong Zi formed an alliance. Just as He Lulan, He Cheng, and Xuesong Zi were in a deadlock, a dazzling jade light suddenly appeared beside He Lulan. The jade light soon dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan's huge body. He was 30 meters tall and had 8 arms, his face was green and eyes were red, his whole body was covered in a layer of shiny black armor, the armor was filled with sinister barbs. Facing a strong enemy, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. Thus, he first activated his defensive killer move hair armor before using fixed immortal travel to get here. Although fixed immortal travel could only be passed down to humans, Gu masters could use Gu worms to form clothes and armor, they would not have to run around naked. When Fang Yuan teleported from 3 Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was pressed for time and did not have the appropriate Gu worms. He could only run around naked, leaving a deep impression on Feng Kim Hong. "You are finally here." He Lulan's expression shook when she saw the reinforcements. Chapter 695. Found her. He Cheng's eyes suddenly shined. He laughed sinisterly. He had an investigative killer move. He found Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately activated Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to the limit. 3 dark arrows flew out, shooting towards their target. The pear orchard erupted. Countless tree roots extended out like dragons, moving and moving, trying to block these 3 dark arrows. At this crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly like lamps. She shouted in her mind, "Earth Flower Consecutive Vault." The ground exploded with a bang, and a huge man-eating flower drilled out at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth and swallowed the dark arrow. Immediately after, the whole man-eating flower shrunk to less than half its original size. It actually trapped the dark arrow. He Cheng snorted, his gaze shined. The swallowed dark arrow was about to be shot out, causing a sharp protrusion to form on the surface of the man-eating flower. But more and more man-eating flowers came out of the ground. The second man-eating flower swallowed the first man-eating flower, its size shrunk. Next, the third man-eating flower swallowed the second man-eating flower. This cycle repeated. After 17 or 18 man-eating flowers, He Cheng's senses towards this dark arrow had weakened by 30%. He Cheng knew that this dark arrow would not be able to escape in a short period of time, thus he focused his attention on the remaining 2. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted, "Heavenly flowers darken." The sky was filled with pear blossoms. They were white like snow, fluttering in the air and turning into specks of light. The dark arrow was extremely fast, but there were many specks of light. They were densely packed. As they flew, they were contaminated. These specks of light landed on the small dark arrow, sparks were produced, and white specks were left on the dark arrow. Be it speed or power, they were falling. He Cheng snorted. He knew that the other party was prepared. He was out in the open while the other party was in the dark. His immortal Goo dark arrow was widely known, thus he was targeted. But he was not easy to deal with. Even though he did not create an immortal killer move with Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. He had already tried many times, and the result was that he obtained several mortal killer moves. They were specially used to guide the transformation of the Dark Arrow. He Cheng stared, activating a set of mortal goo in his immortal aperture. The 2 arrows suddenly flew towards each other and collided in midair. They fused together and became one again. After the fusion, the dark arrow was pitch black and deep, without a single speck of light. He regained his speed and power. The black arrow was as fast as lightning. It fiercely shot into a huge tree trunk in the pear garden. In He Cheng's vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice actually resounded from the other side. "You have been tricked, He Cheng." The trees and flowers shed tears. A fresh flower bloomed on the tree trunk, and a rich nectar flowed out from the center of the flower, filling the air with fragrance. The dark arrow had only hit a wooden puppet that looked like Fairy Li Shan. The honey fluid spread from all directions and enveloped the dark arrow. Shortly after, the honey solidified like amber. It firmly sealed the dark arrow inside. "He Cheng, you will definitely lose today." Fairy Li Shan's true body stood proudly on the crown of a tree. Although her face was pale and her forehead was covered in sweat, her eyes were bright and she was full of vigor. A large part of He Cheng's strength was due to Dark Arrow Immortal Goo. This was an offensive killer move. Fairy Li Shan only had 1 Mountain Pledge Goo. She could not defend against it directly. Chapter 697. He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's headquarters. The blessed land was huge, it was big at the top and small at the bottom. Thanks to Hay tribe's first-generation sages' unique elites, Iron Eagle blessed land was only a small area. The higher one went, the larger the space. In the vast sky that far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, there were countless spherical wooden eagle nests. These eagle nests were on small mountains, countless iron eagles were resting in them. Eagle cries resounded. When the eagles flew, there were millions of them, covering the sky. It was a magnificent sight. At the top of the blessed land, there was a courtyard floating in the air. On the fake mountain in the courtyard garden, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, Hay tribe's 4 supreme elders sat around a square stone table. They had different expressions. First supreme elder had a solemn expression. Second supreme elder was resting with his eyes closed. Third supreme elder was frowning in deep thought. Fourth supreme elder was sweating profusely. The atmosphere was oppressive. It was like the calm before the storm. My lord third supreme elder, how long do you want to consider? Fourth supreme elder urged impatiently. Urge, don't you know this is a crucial moment? If I make a mistake now, my decades of hard work will go down the drain. Third supreme elder chattered on. He was getting more and more anxious. He looked at the first supreme elder on the opposite side, then looked at the second supreme elder on the left side, but the expressions of the two did not change. The third supreme elder could not see any clues, and could not help but feel the pressure in his heart increase. At this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly getting close to this pavilion. Hay tribe's second supreme elder opened his eyes slightly, saying leisurely, "Oh, so Hay Ching is back." Hay Ching entered the pavilion, greeting the 4 supreme elders one by one. These 4 grand elders, whether it was in terms of qualifications or cultivation, were higher than his. As for their battle strength, they would need to fight to know. But in the tribe, Gu immortals would at most spar. How could they fight for real? And among righteous path forces, other than Central Continent's sects, the other 4 regions' clans had always looked at bloodline and seniority. Even if Hay Ching had higher battle strength, when he saw these 4 supreme elders, he still had to pay respects to a junior. Grand Elder, this is the Black Dungeon. Hay Ching bowed to each of them before returning the rank 6 Immortal Gu House to First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder received the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and said, "You did not use Dark Prison. It seems that this operation went smoothly?" During the conversation, the gaze of the First Supreme Elder. He was still staring at the surface of the stone table, asking Hay Ching casually. Hay Ching smiled. Thanks to the 4 seniors, this trip was smooth sailing and I successfully suppressed the Qiao family. Qiao tribe was a large-scale tribe. Hay tribe's entire tribe perished in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Qiao tribe, which was originally Hay tribe's vassal, immediately became restless, attempting to leave Hay tribe. Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Dong became an immortal under my guidance. A few decades passed. Have you also developed disloyalty? The second supreme elder's tone was indifferent. So, this time, I made a move and taught Qiao Dong a good lesson. Within 5 years, there shouldn't be any accidents. Hay Ching smiled calmly. The so-called suppressing Qiao tribe was naturally an excuse that he had prepared long ago. Hay Ching wanted to deal with his own daughter, Hay Lulan. It was an act that went against the righteous path. He could only do it secretly. He borrowed Dark Prison to suppress Hay Lulan and prevent her from self-detonating. After the leader finished speaking, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and frowned, saying coldly, "Did you hear that? Flying above the oasis is forbidden. This is common knowledge in Western Desert. You are flying above Lan family. This can be seen as a provocation. I hope you can land immediately, otherwise don't blame us." Bam! Before the leader finished speaking, Fang Yuan flicked his pinky finger and sent out a rank 5 attack. The rank 3 leader could not react in time, and directly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering everywhere. Ah! Lord Elder! The other rank 2 Gu masters were stunned for a moment before letting out ear-piercing screams. At this moment, incomparable fear filled their hearts. The family elder, who was usually very prestigious, didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed by the opponent in a single blow. This attack was too fast and sudden. The rank 2 Gu masters could not even see clearly what killed the leader. Lord Elder is dead. He was killed in an instant. Retreat. This person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The rank 2 Gu masters shouted loudly and scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fang Yuan snorted, lightly waving his palm. Bam bam bam. Under the continuous sounds of explosions, these rank 2 Gu masters exploded into pieces of flesh and blood without exception. Even their mounts, the sand gulls, were not spared. A deafening alarm resounded in the oasis. Everything that happened in the air was seen by the Gu masters guarding the oasis. Fang Yuan looked down from above and saw the mortals panicking, running around, and the bustling market was in a mess. Large numbers of mortal Gu masters came out of the buildings and looked up at the sky, looking at him with enmity. All living beings are like ants. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and put on his hair armor. The light illusion bat wings on his back flashed, and he charged towards the oasis like a meteor. Coming! Attack! Be careful. The enemy is very strong. He is at least a rank 4 Gu master. He is very likely a rank 5 Gu master. So what if he is strong? He is just one person. The Lan clan Gu masters in the oasis roared furiously and attacked vigorously like fireworks. But Fang Yuan's momentum did not decrease, and easily broke through these obstructing firepower, directly crashing into the clan leader pavilion at the center of the oasis. Boom! The loud sound was deafening, and the huge impact caused the ground to tremble. The clan leader pavilion was also defended by Gu worms, but it was of no use, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Rocks and soil flew, bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and air waves surged, causing dust to soar into the sky. The dust gradually dispersed, and Fang Yuan's tall body. 8 monstrous arms appeared in front of the Lan clan Gu masters. He is not dead. Damn it. The clan leader pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestral tablets are all inside. Kill this monster. Everyone was riled up and surrounded Fang Yuan tightly. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a tall and sturdy body, his blue hair reaching the sky. I have been in charge of the affairs of Reincarnation Battlefield for over 30 years. I believe everyone has a deep understanding of the importance of reincarnation battlefield. In the middle of this year, our sect suffered a huge loss in reincarnation battlefield. Even though we sent reinforcements in time and stabilized our situation, the current situation is still terrible. I need the support of a rank 6 Gu immortal or 3 desolate beasts, and among these desolate beasts, there must be at least a 9 palace crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted, a Gu immortal's battle strength? Do you know the current situation of Crane Gate? Mu Xiaoxiao is recovering from heavy injuries, Lin Sanmei is in closed cultivation, their battle strength is lacking. You still have the cheek to make such a request? Lei Tan snorted coldly. If Crane Gate is chased out of reincarnation battlefield, He Fengyang, can you take responsibility? He Fengyang sneered. We have already invested a lot of resources into reincarnation battlefield, we have 2 Gu immortals inside, we can defend and maintain stability. Our reinforcements will not solve the problem, because our competitors in reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. If we send reinforcements, the other 9 sects will also send reinforcements, or even more. Xu Zhigu nodded. I agree. Reincarnation battlefield situation is already stabilizing. We should take a conservative approach and stabilize our territory first. The rest of the people looked around and expressed their opinions one by one. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the support of 2 desolate beasts. He looked at He Fengyang with hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next, we will discuss Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Gueli heard this and his expression shook. He sat up straight. Facing everyone's gazes, he said, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been subordinate to Crane Gate for close to 1,000 years. With our protection, they have been operating for a long time and now have 3 Gu immortals. They want to get rid of their vassal status and leave our sect. Once they succeed, our sect's control over the northwestern region will be greatly reduced. Crane Gate's reputation will also be greatly damaged. Even though there is no evidence, I have deduced several times, I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect leaves us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation will be even worse. We are adjacent to Myriad Dragon Dock. The territory around Great Heavenly Sword Sect will be annexed to Myriad Dragon Dock. We all know the severity of this matter. There is no need for you to elaborate on this. I will ask you directly, which Gu immortal are you planning to instigate in Great Heavenly Sword Sect to defect? How confident were they? Could it be a ploy by the other party? Chapter 710. Seeing that the dagger immortal Gu was about to stab him, Defying's heart was filled with anger, fear, confusion, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions. They were boiling like lava, greatly affecting his actions. Am I going to die here today? Defying could not help but have this thought. But right at this moment of danger, the desolate beast 9 palace crane below him suddenly let out a clear cry and flipped its body. This way, Defying was sent flying, while the 9 palace crane stood in front of the Gu immortal who was trying to assassinate him. With a soft sound, the dagger immortal Gu stabbed into the 9 palace crane's chest. The third Gu immortal had a look of shock on his face. He had thought that by interfering with Defying he would be able to affect the 9 palace crane. After all, Defying was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He enslaved the 9 palace crane. If he was affected, the 9 palace crane would not be a problem. He used several emotion path killer moves to interfere with Defying, but he did not expect that at the crucial moment, this 9 palace crane would actually protect its master. Little 9. Defying fell down. Seeing the 9 palace crane in trouble, he cried out in pain. His face was covered in tears. He had nurtured this 9 palace crane meticulously. He had never used any methods to enslave it. When he was young, he went out on a mission and was chased down. His life was hanging by a thread, but he met the similarly injured 9 palace crane. After a series of coincidences and accidents, he and the 9 palace crane helped each other out of their predicament. The 9 palace crane was on the verge of death. Defying brought it back to the sect, using all his wealth to barely hold on to the 9 palace crane's life force. For the next few decades, Defying risked his life for it. He earned money. He saved the 9 palace crane bit by bit, slowly pulling it back from the brink of death. From this man to the crane. They had a deep relationship. They were closer than brothers. Later, due to an accident, the rank 5 Gu master Defying failed his mission. He was heavily injured. The resources he had were only enough to save him alone. If he saved the crane, he would die. If he saved the crane would die. At this crucial moment, Defying thought for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally decided to sacrifice himself to save the crane. This caused the 3rd Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to sigh. With his help, Defying and the 9 palace crane were saved. Afterwards, Defying lived up to expectations and became a Gu immortal. Thus, he attached himself to Lord Tiger Devil's faction. The 9 palace crane let out a mournful wail. Its huge and slender body was covered in a layer of gray light. Within the gray light, its body rapidly shrunk. It was actually growing in reverse from an adult to a youth, and then to a child. This was the power of an immortal Gu. The dagger-shaped immortal Gu was actually a time path immortal Gu. It could restore the target's body to a younger state. Let's withdraw. Don't let down that friend of yours. Inside the immortal aperture, the tiger demon let out a long sigh. Little 9. Defying roared, ignoring the tiger demon's advice. He turned around and pounced forward. The clothes on his body fluttered about, turning into a crane feather cloak. His eyes were wide open, releasing bloody light. His long and slender green eyebrows fluttered about, looking as agile as snakes and dragons. The mysterious Gu immortal showed a surprised expression. Earlier, Defying could have escaped, but to think that he would actually turn around and attack. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. Defying raised his palms and pushed, sending out surging jade green lightning. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly, raising his dagger and colliding with it.